Let me just, first off, viewer Germa asks, I'd like to see you and Pan and Coke 2012 collab. I would love to see that too, but I don't think Pan and Coke is... I think Pan and Coke is too busy with things that actually matter to be able to collab with somebody like me who just does this frivolous kind of fun fact stuff. But obviously, I admire Pan and Coke's work beyond everything related to Super Mario 64. It is so inspiring. And he has done such a great job bringing people together and making them excited, making them enthusiastic about Super Mario 64. Or this is another thing that this debug mode here can do, is pass through walls if I go really fast. Unfortunately, the camera doesn't seem to want to cooperate. Come on, Lakitu, you can fly. Lakitu can fly, but he refuses to fly this high, you know? He has height limits. He doesn't want to... It's just unsafe. It's against his OSHA regulations to fly this high, you know? Viewer Heroic Replicas asks, should people call you Broth? You can call me anything you want. You can call me Supper, you can call me Broth, you can call me Mario Broth. Okay, so here is something that I wish I had the ability to switch around between emulators to show you what I mean, and in future streams I will be able to, because you know, everything I'm doing right now I just did on my own. I just read the manuals for Twitch, for OBS and everything, and so I'm just learning. I'm learning as I'm going, and so hopefully in the future I will be able to switch between emulators and show you things and such, and have a stream layout that isn't just my carrot in the corner. But here's something. So every time you do this, you go into first-person view. Technically, this isn't true first-person view. This is over-the-shoulder view. So for those of you who are enthusiastic about this kind of distinction, technical distinction, this isn't actually first-person. But Mario, as you can see, moves his head up and down, and he looks at the tree. And as you can see, the tree doesn't really behave in a very Euclidean manner, we might say. And so this is because the tree is a 2D sprite being overlaid over the screen. And so what is happening really in 3D space is that the tree is leaning. It is leaning towards Mario right now. So right now the tree is at a 45-degree angle diagonal to the Earth. You can't tell right now, but it is. And so if I had Dolphin, which has a free look mode, and the Wii Virtual Console version of Super Mario 64, I would be able to move the camera around and actually show you this from the side. And obviously the same goes for me looking down, or Mario looking down rather. I'm looking at the screen, Mario's looking down. As you can see, I'm very particular about being factually correct with these things, and so if you notice me being factually incorrect about my findings, about my observations, please let me know. I cannot always see chat, I cannot always see every single message, but I will go back and try to look at all of them after this is all complete. And so yes, please let me know if I get anything wrong. Viewer Great Sofa King says, there's 450 people here, that's crazy. Yes, I haven't been looking at this. That is absolutely insane. Thank you all so very much. I had no idea that people would be this interested in seeing me, and I want to say levitate, but I have, again, not been levitating. I've been neglecting my levitation duty. Here it is. Hopefully I won't forget about this again. So here's a little fact for people who are fans of b3313. If you don't know what b3313 is, please just look it up. Please look it up. I think the TV tropes page for b3313 provides the most information about what it actually is and what the appeal is. Yeah, I'll just start with a fun fact. In b3313, there's actually a warp here. So if you use debug mode, which is there in b3313 as well, if you use the debug mode, or if you just use the wing cap in the castle castle grounds, the Peach's Castle ground. If you just go inside here, as you can see, Mario can't actually go here. There's an invisible wall here, or rather, there's out of bounds here, as Pan and Koik would correct me. There's out of bounds here, not an invisible wall, and so there's actually a warp that leads you to the outside of Mario and Luigi's house. And as you might remember if you've played B3313, Mario and Luigi's house leads you to floor 4B. And floor 4B is one of the deeper areas, so this is a very nice shortcut that you can take to get to floor 4B from all the way from the beginning of the game. I use it all the time. And plus the outside of Mario and Luigi's house is just such a wonderful area. I remember when I first found it, I just spent 20 minutes just hanging around, just taking it in, the outside. B3313 is just, it's something else. I cannot describe how it makes me feel. But I can say that sometimes, you know, it just levitate over here towards the back of the castle, and you just get disappointed that it's not here. It's not here in Super Mario 64. It sometimes just feels as though Super Mario 64 is a beta version of B3313. You know, it's like, why isn't this here? Am I just playing this early version for some reason? Oh yeah, viewer Kinor says B3313 got second place in the poll. Yes, it did. And so if you're interested in seeing me stream it, I will absolutely do that. I am very enthusiastic about that game. I don't think I can see this very well, but I think somebody asked whether I will be archiving the streams. Well, yes, I have checked the function that lets me just make the automatic VOD recordings, and I'm also recording this locally on my computer right now, so I am obviously recording it locally on my computer will not preserve chat if this is all that I will have left at the end, but I will have the stream left, and I hope that by me actually repeating all of the chat messages to which I'm replying, that not much of the context is lost. I know some streamers do not like doing that, and so whenever you just watch it without the actual stream messages, some context is lost, and I try not to do that. I try not to do this specifically for this kind of scenario, and of course just for the viewers who are not willing to keep up with chat. Viewer Liam B. Aponyi says you should add a little carrot power-up avatar that bobs up and down when you speak. So you mean a PNG tuber, right? This is what they're called, a PNG tuber. I've been suggested this. And I have actually a little design for it as well. And this might be something I might do just for fun. Obviously not something that will contribute in any way to my information, but yes, if enough people think that this would be charming, then obviously I would do this. Okay, so right now I'm not really doing much of any importance. Let me just give you another piece of actual factual trivia right here. So let me just go into the castle, but also just exit the castle real quick, because I'm going to show you something. Constantly get confused with these buttons on this controller, because in every single emulator they're different. And so, what is Z in one emulator is L in another, and so on. Please excuse me if I just get everything wrong. So, pay close attention to the lake. And I'm going to try to move as slowly as I can towards it. And please, I really hope that the recording quality will allow for this to be visible on stream. But when I move towards the lake, you should be able to see, for one frame, the fish appear in mid-air before they are teleported down into the water. So let me just try to do this. Yeah, there they were. Did you see them? Did you see them? I'm looking at the stream right now. I'm trying to see whether the stream showed that. Yes, it did. It did. Okay. Did you see it on stream, or was there for one frame? Yes, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so glad it worked, because I know the streams aren't always at the same FPS as the actual gameplay. So yeah, the reason for this is that the fish the developers weren't considering that the moat would be drained at some point during gameplay when they were placing the fish, and so they placed them at this height, which is the height which is normal for the fish to be in when the moat is full, right? And then when it is drained, they just spawn here, but then luckily they have a failsafe where they just teleport down toward the water whenever they're spawned, and they see that they're not actually inside the water, so that works. But there's one frame in which it doesn't work, and that's the that's what I just showed you. Okay, well, here's something that I'm sure, again, most of you know, because this has been discovered pretty much as soon as the game released in 1996. But if you fly up here, now you don't need to use this. I'm just using this because I'm very nervous, and I don't think I can trust myself to try to do any tricks on my first stream, or really on my first 100 streams. I need to be in the zone. I need to, as people would say, I need to lock in order to try to do any tricks like backwards long jumping and such. And so please excuse me if I just use, on my streams, I'll try to use any external tools and cheats and so on as I can in order to make my movement easier, in order to be able to show these kinds of things. And so normally you would be able to get here regularly by flying using this. Again, for anybody who has missed this, who hasn't actually played this game all the way to completion, has only played the Super Mario 64 DS version. So this is the wing cap block that is here. It's here from the beginning. So Yoshi appears only when there's 120 stars, but the block is here from the beginning, and you can use this and then the cannon over here, which is also it's here from the beginning, but it's only unlocked when you have 120 stars. And so you use a combination of the cannon and the wing cap in order to fly all the way to this tier of the castle, and there's a weak wall over here. So there's right here. There's a weak wall, and you can just pass through it. And normally you kind of pass through it over here. Yes. So it's weak in several different places. And then you fall. Let me just try to fall over here. And this is the Black Room of Death. This was one of the first, one might say, creepypastas that existed for Super Mario 64. The Black Room of Death. Because now you might think, okay, this is just a black room. So this is the loading zone. This is the loading zone for the inside of the castle from the outside. Rather, this isn't actually the loading zone, because if it were the loading zone, I would be loading. This is the area that is dedicated to the loading zone. Basically, this is the area that you're not supposed to enter ever during regular gameplay, but only when Mario actually walks through the door. And so, why is this called the Black Room of Death? It just looks like a regular black room. Well, because of a very interesting way that the doors in Super Mario 64 are programmed. So, normally, when you enter a loading zone in a video game in an unintended manner, then obviously you're getting teleported to the next area to which the loading zone normally would lead. And so, what normally happens in nearly every single video game is that the loading zone on the other side will just show your character entering the other room normally. But in Super Mario 64, no, they didn't do it like this. Even though there's only one... No, don't sleep, Mario. I'm talking. Sorry. Or perhaps... Oh, no, I haven't been... I'm unkind to Mario. He actually deserves a break. Next time he falls asleep, next time I'll just let him sleep. I'm sorry, Mario. And... So essentially, when you walk through this door, you'll see what happens. He enters the castle on the wrong side. I have no idea why they programmed this way. This is so fascinating, because in later games, this is just something that never happens, because you're only supposed to enter the castle one specific way. And so, to actually program it so that it would detect from which side the door was entered, and then reproduce it on the other side is... I don't know who benefited from this. I guess some programmer was probably really proud of actually implementing it this way, but it's never actually used in a way that is productive. It's only ever used for this glitch here. But this is really one of the many different ways in which this game is truly special. Other games wouldn't do this. And so this is why this is the Black Room of Death, because you're trapped. Now you're trapped. Actually, you're not really trapped. I'll show you how to exit it, but unless you know the way to exit it, you're trapped because you can't really exit. Here's some out-of-bounds areas. Here's some actual in-bounds areas that look as though they should be out of bounds, but Mario can move. More out of bounds, and so I try to exit again, and I will be in the Black Room of Death on the other side. Yeah, so Mario is trapped. Mario is trapped, and this side he truly is trapped, because over here, this is out of bounds. So there is no way to pass through here whatsoever. But luckily, on the other side, this is not actually... Oh, 1 second. This is not actually out of bounds. There's floor, and so walls are usually solid only on one side if they're only intended to be accessed from one side. So this is one of these walls. It's only solid from the side that's visible, and so Mario can just walk through. But unless you know this, unless you know this specific way of exiting, there's just... You wouldn't be able to, and then you would be trapped, and then you'd have to reset the game. Viewer Luna the Trip asks, does the bird find its way into the Black Room of Death too from the Sleeping Mario animation? Yes. That bird is just actually, should we try that? Should we just try to get you know what? I'll have to do this. I'll have to do some testing myself. I should not be saying these things just so frivolously without knowing 100% what the answer is. So I'll test it. I'll test it on my own time. Viewer Estrella Wow asks, "Hey Broth, how you doing?" Sorry for picking this specific message that asked me how I'm doing. It's just I think I've been streaming for over half an hour now. I think I should be able to answer this now. How I'm doing? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm really so excited and so grateful that right now I have over 500 people watching me live talking about Super Mario 64. When I was younger and I played this for the first time, I would have never imagined that there would be an audience for me once that will be watching me play Super Mario 64 and point out these little details. And as you can see, there's also these which do nothing because I had 100 lives to begin with. But it's nice in case you get up here before Yoshi's here, which you can do with a trick, which I will not be able to show because, as I said, I do not trust myself to be able to do any tricks. But essentially, I'll just move the camera around. So you go up here, you try to get to do a double jump up here, and then a triple jump towards there, and then a 1 second. Why do I always get this wrong? From roughly here, you touch the wall here and just do a wall kick. In later games, this will be called a wall jump, and this one is called a wall kick. So calling it a wall jump is technically incorrect, even though, of course, everybody understands what I would mean. And then you would get up here. Oh yeah, there's the death spot over here. The death spot. Let me just show this to you. This was, again, one of the very, very earliest things that people have discovered about this. See, this is what I say. I just don't trust myself. Now you will see how embarrassing I actually look when I try to play video games. Oh, this is awful. This is awful. I'm so ashamed.
Hello.
No. I don't think I can trust myself. So I'll just have to explain this. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I failed you all. I'm sorry. But yeah, the death spot is essentially it's over here. If Mario is able to hang on to the ledge right here where he's standing, but on the ledge, he will die. He will die when he pulls himself up. and he will die also in a very peculiar way that up until recently very few people or nobody really, because it was due to data mining that was relatively recent with the advent of the
It's me, Mario!
compilation of Super Mario 64, that people have actually been able to figure out why he loses the hat when this happens, because this is one of the things that happens. Mario loses his hat when he dies in this specific spot, because Mario loses his hat when he dies from being out of bounds. And so the reason why this happens... Oh, let me just levitate again. Okay, here. The reason Mario loses his hat when he goes out of bounds is because on every frame there's actually a hat drawing function that takes place, but it becomes interrupted by the function call that tells Mario that he's out of bounds. So essentially, on every frame, Mario doesn't have a hat, and then it actively gets put on his head, and then this is interrupted, and so you can see his true state, his true hatless state, only when he dies due to being out of bounds. And you might have seen this in other scenarios as well. And please, if you want to see more of this kind of thing, particularly Mario dying and then not having his hat on when he dies, please check out the incredible video by Panenkoy 2012 about invisible walls, because it talks about this in great detail. I think if you just go to his channel right now, it should be the featured video. Let me just check this. Let me just check this real quick. Oh, there aren't actually any featured videos. Oh, well. Well, it's the 5th video from the top. If you go to videos and then sort them by latest, and it's called SM64's Invisible Walls Explained Once and For All, and it has 6.4 million views, which is well deserved, and I think it should have 100 times that, because everyone needs to see that video. That video is eye-opening to such a degree, like it has answered so many questions I have had about Super Mario 64 my whole life. And if you've ever had questions about Super Mario 64 in your life, you will find... Oh, there were the fish again, but I think this time I moved too fast for them to be able to be see. Yeah, I don't think... It didn't show up in stream this time. Well, anyway. You win some, you lose some with these fish. Okay, sorry, I'm just reading through some of the most recent comments. Viewer Dandy Jack TV asks, Broth, do you like Pan and Coke's video about the Cool Mountain door? That was a pretty good recent one, I think. I think it would do Pan and Coke 2012 a disservice to call any of his videos pretty good. I think they're all excellent, all of them. I think there's just such value to what he does that I could never replicate. Like my dream is it to have just, you know, 100th of the impact of the kind of joy and discovery and just the ability to convey enthusiasm for Mario as he can do with his videos. If I can achieve that in my life, then I could die happy. Sorry, we're still reading. Viewer Superstar Sirum asks, why Mario A pose? Yes, because this is the levitation that I mentioned in the announcement posts. So this is a functionality that has been in here, in the game, a debug functionality that allows Mario to assume this A pose. This is his This is his default pose. So unlike later games, most later games that are 3D, Mario 64 uses a pose for Mario instead of a T pose as his default pose. Now you might be able to find him in a T pose on sites that feature his model for download, but this is his actual default model here in this game internally. And there's also another default model where he's completely mutilated. He's sideways, and all of his limbs are kind of overlapping each other in space. And this is the one that you can see in Dolphin. Again, I'm terribly sorry that I can't show this to you right now. Maybe next time. I mean, this is absolutely not the first and only time I will be streaming Super Mario 64. So next time I'm streaming this, I will be able to show you all of this. And so whenever Mario exits from a painting, he will be in this, I don't know how to call this state, but it's a very painful state for Mario to be in, and I'm very grateful that he's only in that state for a few frames before he gets ejected from the painting. But yes, it is kind of gruesome, really. Oh, yeah, my associate, hey, I'm heroic, says, oh yeah, in ROM hacks that have a painting exit when you can see through it, you can see that state. That's true. I have completely forgot about it. Thank you. Him heroic is a friend who will be helping me on the Super Mario Bros. Database. If you haven't been following my Patreon, there's a post, the most recent post currently on my Patreon that you can see even if you aren't a member. So you don't need to pay, and you don't even need to join to be able to see it. Where I announced that I am currently working on the Super Mario Bros. Database, which is to say a database of every single post I have ever made on all of the Super Mario Bros. Sites. And if you aren't aware of the fact that the Tumblr and the Twitter, they post different things, and they have been posting different things ever since the beginning. So if you aren't checking out both of them, then you're not seeing all of the content. And now with the database, all of the content will be in one place, and you will not be able, not need to go to different sites to check it, and it will be categorized. It will be sorted by topic. Oh, thank you so much for all of your kind comments about the database. I am so excited about it. I'm so excited. It will be monumental work because that's 20,000 posts. It's 20,000 posts that I have made since the beginning, but it will be worth it. It will absolutely be worth it because it will transform Super Mario Bros. From just a variety blog into a true repository of Mario knowledge. I just hope to finally be useful on a level that can be compared to other repositories of knowledge like the Super Mario Wiki. Obviously not on the same level as the Super Mario Wiki, but of the same type. Because the Super Mario Wiki is obviously the biggest repository of Mario knowledge that can ever exist, has ever existed. It's monumental. I can only thank my life to the Super Mario Wiki. Anybody who, if there's anybody here in chat, in the audience watching right now, who works on the Super Mario Wiki, who is a contributor, thank you so much for your contribution. You have built up my Mario knowledge, and I cannot thank you enough. And I cannot thank you enough for everything you've done for other people as well. I'm sure all of us here have used the Super Mario Wiki at some point. And it's just, I cannot imagine life without it. You know, when I have some downtime, I just read the Super Mario Wiki, because it's just so fun. It's so informative. I learn something new every time. Viewer Lely LL says, not the fandom one, of course. Well, we shouldn't criticize any wikis that aren't the main Super Mario Wiki. I think they're all useful in their own way, and they all have content that isn't actually fully mirrored on the Super Mario Wiki, so I check them out from time to time too, but of course the main Super Mario Wiki is the one with the most information, and as such the most pragmatic use, but I think they're all good. I think everybody who devotes their time to putting Mario content on the internet deserves respect. And I'm not just saying this because that's what I do, but rather because I just believe everybody who devotes their time to provide information for other people for free, that is just... I think that's what makes us human, right? Just doing things for other people for fun and not just to be rewarded for it. Viewer Iya says the main issue with fandom wikis is the corporate behind it, not really the wiki itself. Yeah, unfortunately, yes. It is very unfortunate how much ads there are and how not very user friendly these sites are. But again, we cannot hold it against the users and the contributors of these sites. And this is unfortunately the most kind of user friendly way to create a new wiki currently. So I think we should give it a pass because the people who work on it do it with good intentions. Um, Viewer A Funny Dog Eat a Pepsi asks, what is your opinion on the Super Mario Bros. Cartoon, The Super Show? Are TV shows like that as enjoyable as games you can actually get hands-on with and explore in? Well, I fell in love with Mario through the games, particularly Super Mario Brothers. And of course, to me, just the idea of being able to go inside the world myself and control Mario and just feel like I'm there for real is the main appeal of it all. But that doesn't mean that I don't love the cartoons. Obviously, I also love the cartoons. They have taken some very creative liberties with the source material, but I still love them because it's still Mario in the end, and they still had respect for the source material. They tried to make it as entertaining as possible within the conceits of the fact that first off, it's a cartoon. They cannot really do video game mechanics in a cartoon in the same way a video game could, and second, because there just wasn't very much material to deal with at the time in the late 80s and early 90s. Because right now, I think if there was a new animated cartoon series right now, I would really expect them to draw on the vast, rich history of the Mario series for the plots and the characters that would appear. And so if such a cartoon had just a cast of completely original characters, it would be slightly baffling to me, personally. I don't know whether many people will share this opinion, but to me it would be baffling to have so many characters to draw from and then just not do that. But back then it was completely understandable because you really didn't have many characters in the games that had any personality. They were just enemies. They were just enemies. They didn't talk. They didn't really do much. And they did put as many enemies as they could in the cartoon, and I really commend them for the effort for the effort of putting in as many details from the game as they could in the cartoon, even though they might have not always reflected the role that they had in the games. Sorry, I'm not levitating. I'm just standing around in an A pose. I should be levitating. Let me just put him against the backdrop of the sun. Do you remember the Super Mario 64 preview image that he had in 1995 of Mario flying towards the sun? That is such a beautiful image. I hope some of you know what I'm talking about. The one of Wing Mario just flying into the sun. It was in all of the print material back then, and it just had such a sense of wonder to it. It just, wow, Mario can fly, really fly in the 3D world, and I wonder where I'll be able to go. Yes, thank you, viewer. It's Puff. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It was really powerful image. Yes. Thank you. I'm seeing people recognize it. Here's an interesting question from viewer TR Gabriel GF. Hey Broth, I don't know if you can answer this, but is the texture of the castle walls an actual picture of a brick wall or if a picture of a wall with a grid overlaid? The texture always looked a bit unnatural to me. There is a specific so you're talking about this one, just the there is an account on Twitter called Render96 that specializes in this kind of texture. It's called texture archaeology, and it's such a fascinating field of study to look at all of these sources for textures that Nintendo and other game companies have used, particularly in the 90s, but also now in their games, because they obviously didn't have such big art departments as they do now, and so they couldn't do all of this on their own with their own artists, and so they had to buy these CDs that contained royalty free, or I'm actually not sure about the license whether they were truly royalty free, but basically textures that were intended to be used in other people's projects, and then they just put them into into their games. My favorite is for example the maybe I can go to no, it's not Cool Mountain, it's Salto Mountain. If we can just go to Salto Mountain real quick, then I can show you something regarding textures. And over here, I'm sure you know that you can actually pass through the ceiling. But I'm not going to try. Sorry, I'm not going to try. I'm just telling you that this is possible. You can just jump through the ceiling here and Mario will pull himself up to the next floor. And this is something that is used in nearly every speedrun. Total Mountain? Okay, so this texture, it's actually wood shavings. You would never be able to tell it because it's been so transformed and it's such a low resolution, but this is actually wood shavings. So if you had like realistic sound effects, then it would be just a soft stepping through you know, a floor completely covered in wood shavings. And what's interesting is that there is a version, a ROM hack that replaces all of the textures with their original versions, and the wood shavings kind of looked like tagliatelle pasta. I think it's so funny because it just looks like Mario's just walking on pasta. But again, I have to commend that the designers of this game. Sorry, let me just levitate here. Not levitate. Yeah, here we go. I don't want to risk falling off Total Mountain. So. And now I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry. Let me just look at the audience real quick. Oh yeah. I just wanted to say that that I have such admiration for the graphic designers to be able to pick these textures from the CDs, and they just saw the wood shavings, right? They just saw something that looks like pasta, but in their mind they were able to visualize how it would look when it is scaled down, when the resolution is reduced like this, and also there's some color grading on it as well. And they were able to use this, and this looks like rock, this looks like earth, and this is so amazing that you would never be able, unless you knew in advance, you would never be able to tell that these are wood shavings. It just looks like a completely natural rock texture, and this takes talent. This takes extreme talent to be able to see these things. Because the artistic vision necessary to look at something that looks like one thing and then just being able to imagine, okay, so if I really scale it down, will it look like something else? And then being able to do this. Incredible. Viewer Ben-Niel, or Benny-Niel, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, says, it's kind of the same thing as people remastering Super Nintendo music using the original samples. Like, it's technically correct, but they were designed with having the quality smooshed down in mind. Yes, I believe they were designed like this in mind. Like, I obviously, I really appreciate the fact that somebody was able to track this all down and let us experience how it would sound with the original samples, but I also personally believe that this is not how the original composers really wanted it to sound, because they had the game right there next to them. So it's not like the composer just couldn't listen to it in-game. The composer did have the original samples on the keyboard or whatever else kind of hardware and software they were using, but they also had the ability to listen to it in-game, and obviously they knew that in-game this is how the player would be able to listen to it, and so this is really the intended sound. And so it kind of it is saddening to me that sometimes the versions that are recreated by fans kind of eclipse in popularity the original versions, because while I really appreciate that fans are able to make something like this that on a fidelity level sounds better, it really does sound better on a fidelity level, but I don't believe that this is what the what the composer really had in mind. Because if the composer, I'm sure if the composer composed the same piece for better hardware with a better sound card chip, then they would actually have this in mind, but not in the cases of the actual games. Did you see that? Did you see what happened to that Goomba? It just despawned. Viewer Jody Raygun says, be sure to drink water, broth. There's a lot of talking. Thank you very much for reminding me. Now, normally, I am a very big water drinker. I constantly remind other people to drink water, but you know how it is. It's so very easy to give other people advice when you're not in their position, right? I would have... This is such a good life lesson. I just spend my entire life telling people to drink water, and then when I'm in a situation where I really need to drink water, I just forget about it. This is incredible. Thank you so much for reminding me. See, and now I'm learning things too. Hopefully you're learning things, but now I'm learning things too, just applicable to my own life, not just to Mario, but just something to keep track of throughout the entirety of my life. And yeah, this is another thing that happens here. It is slightly uneven over here. But unfortunately, you can't stand. It would have been very interesting if Mario could stand on top of there. It would have been very cinematic, I feel, but we can't have everything. This was clearly not a main concern of the development. The developers really just designed the entire game, almost the entire game, in just a few short months before the release date, because most of the time was spent making the engine. And I have to say, well spent. This is one of those engines that has stood the test of time. Still to this day, so many people are just playing Super Mario 64 for fun, or as speedrunning, or playing ROM hacks every single day, so many years after the game has come out, and I think that's a testament to just how perfect the engine really is. Because if it wasn't perfect, then you know, how many millions, if not billions, of video games have been released since then, and we're still playing this one, right? That tells you something. And so yes, I think they spent exactly the right amount of percentage of development time on the engine, but this also means they had slightly less time to spend on the level design. Did you know, here's another fun fact that possibly some of you might not know, is that Luigi has been in the game for the vast majority of development. For 80% of the game's development, Luigi was there, and we have this information directly from Miyamoto himself. During an interview, he said that Luigi was there until February of 1996, which was just 4 months, I think, before before the release of the game in Japan. So, and we know that Luigi was there from the beginning because Miyamoto has said that the first thing they did was to have a room with blocks where Mario and Luigi could run around. So Luigi was there, and then he's been there this entire time, and the reason he gave for Luigi being cut from the game was that memory issues. He didn't go into any detail whatsoever. We still have yet to know what memory issues really meant. Maybe one day we will have some sort of detailed answer, or perhaps one of these leaks will happen that finally will give us an answer to what exactly they meant by that. But all we know is that Luigi was there for most of the time and then tragically had to be cut. Sorry, I'm just reading the comments again. Heroic says he forgot about Luigi memory issue. Yes. This is hilarious. Miyamoto himself forgot about Luigi, and that's what he meant by memory issues. And one day, he just forgot that Luigi was supposed to be there. Oh, thank you. I don't think anybody's ever complimented me on that before. Thank you. Thank you, everybody who said that. Well, most of my life I've just been told that I sound very squeaky, and that was the extent. Viewer Killscreen 65535 says it is really weird that they included Yoshi because they didn't want to waste the model. They didn't do the same for Luigi. Yes, it is very strange that they decided to not do this, but I think the reason for that was that they didn't want to disappoint players. Because it's one thing to see Yoshi there and then you would just think, okay, so this is a rare Falling Bob-omb event, but it is not as rare as the Falling Goomba event in Bowser in the Dark World. Perhaps you might remember my post about it on Tumblr. The Falling Goomba event is truly rare. In fact, it's so rare that I tried for hours to get it to happen, but I had to fall back on using footage from a streamer that showed it happening, because I just couldn't get it to happen. Now obviously, there is a way to force it to happen by choosing a specific number in the random number generator, but I don't know what that specific number is. And so my only option was to go through all 65,000 plus random number generator numbers, and I'm afraid I do not have that kind of time. Or at least I didn't have that kind of time back then, because I needed to take care of my family. But now, maybe now I do. Maybe now I can actually recreate the Falling Goomba event. Oh, let me just show you what I mean by Falling Goomba event. Now, I can't show you the actual event, but I can describe it to you in person, in that place where it's supposed to happen. So we just go to... Oh, let me just see if I can do something right here with the debug mode. Still getting numbers wrong, okay. Oh, here we go. I got past the boundary. So the debug mode allows me to get past this boundary and actually see what's in here. Unfortunately, it's really not much, because, yeah, it's just a wall. Which everybody obviously could predict that this was here. But I remember using a cheat back then, in the 90s, to get over there, and I was a little disappointed, but obviously I also understand why this wouldn't be anything. And yes, this is such an incredible effect. The way they have specifically aligned Peach's eyes with Bowser's nostrils is such a great decision for this, right? Because it just... Peach's eyes, right? And then they just morph into Bowser's nostrils so smoothly. So incredibly smoothly. It's still just... It's such a low-tech solution to this. It's just one image morphing into the other, just opacity being reduced on one image and increased on the other one. Or rather, it's just one overlaying the other. Opacity is just being reduced on one, nothing happens to the other image. But the way it is just designed to have the eyes turn into nostrils so smoothly, it just shows you the power of art direction. It shows you the power of the artistic vision, because it overcomes all technical limitations, I feel. If you have the right artistic vision, it doesn't matter that all the tools you have are a piece of used toilet paper and a pencil. You can do real art. You can do real art with vision. Okay, and now to the Falling Goomba event. Okay, so, wouldn't it be funny if it happened now, on stream? I think it would be some sort of sign from the universe, but I don't think it will. So essentially, there's Goombas up there. Come on! No. Look, it was about to. It was about to go over the ledge, but it didn't. Because it is very rare. It is very rare for the Goomba to fall down from up there. Yeah, it was so close. It was so close. But yes, the falling Goomba event, I think, really just depends on a very specific number of from the random number generator. So is a 1 in 65,000 chance or something of happening. And so how you would normally find out about this is that you wouldn't actually stand here and look up. No one does this during regular gameplay. So you would just go over here, and either over here or perhaps over here, the Goomba would just fall down. And every single time, if you look up footage of this, if you look up clips of speedrunners to whom it happens, even speedrunners who have been speedrunning this game for years and years and years still get surprised by it because it is just so rare. Viewer Cybernut69 says, Broth, we need a sleep stream where you leave your PC overnight to let the Goomba fall. I am not sure if that would work, because the thing about the random number generator is that it also... I think some objects here actually call the random number generators, so that means it doesn't actually run through all of the numbers sequentially as it would if nothing was calling it. It would just, or just one thing would be calling it, but rather it's called several times, and so it could happen that the what's that called? The modulo, I've never actually heard this word pronounced out loud, would be aligned in such a way that it would never actually reach the number at which the Goomba would fall, and so that would be very disappointing, so I don't think that would be a good idea. Leaving the console on for a long time for a random event to occur only works if you know for a fact that the random event has to occur based on your knowledge of the random number generator. If there is any chance of it being skipped over every time the random number generator would get to that place, then that's a very bad idea, and it would be better to just use cheats to force it to happen. Unfortunately, you have to talk to somebody like Panda without the actual expert in the mechanics of Super Mario 64 to tell you what exactly the it might even be fire, in which case, if the fire is doing that, there's no way of getting rid of it. No way to get rid of this fire. There's not an object that you can destroy. Okay, I'm still constantly that answers my question. I thought perhaps he would be invulnerable, but no, he's not invulnerable. I guess obviously the developers didn't be invulnerable. They also wanted to see how objects affect Mario. Let's see, do we have really interesting things that can show up in this stage? No, obviously there are many things I can show up in this stage. The question is, do I remember them offhand right now? I'm anxious and nervous about the stream and excited. Really more excited now than anxious and nervous, but hopefully understand. Wait, is this just straight up not solid? That's very interesting. Shouldn't this be a C? Is this a true ceiling, or is this just not solid because nobody's ever supposed to get down here? I should test this. I should test this because I don't think I can trust this. I don't think I can trust what I'm seeing right now using this cheat, and I should test it with actual gameplay without cheating. But obviously, how do I get down here without cheating? Well, by placing an object. which is not cheating, it's editing, right? It's different. Yes, that happens all the time. I see things in real life and just they remind me of Mario, and I just think, oh, that could be awesome. In fact, anybody who's talked to me personally can attest to the fact that one sentence I say above all most often is that could be a post. That's just my catchphrase. You might know my catchphrase as thank you very much for your inquiry, but really it's that could be a post. Here, these platforms. So, look at these one-ups. So, you can see 4 one-ups right here. But you might remember playing this yourself and not actually seeing those one-ups. So what gives? So the explanation to that is normally there's only one one-up. And 2 one-ups are added when you defeat this 1,000. And then if you revisit this part of the level, then 2 one-ups are added. And then another one is added if you defeat the second Bowser in the Fire Sea, and then revisit this stage, which makes me wonder, look at this. Maybe they wanted to put in a last one here as well. Although obviously there was a coin here, but perhaps just another one for defeating the... Wait a second. No, I'm making no sense. Please disregard this. I just realized the game doesn't save you defeating the final Bowser. So, there's no way for you to actually do that. Sorry. That was just me, my mind going too fast for my logic. Yes, I apologize for this, and unfortunately it will happen again. I'm just very excited about being able to talk to people in real time, and so I will be making this kind of observation and then going, oh, I'm sorry, I'm just too fast for my own good. Yeah, that's a good question. Viewer Saihate asks, is there a usable on the edge of the air station? Is there a contact detection? Well, there's out of bounds. So essentially, here is where out of bounds begins. As you can see, Mario can't go past here because it's out of bounds. And the reason, the way out of bounds is defined is not by defining actual out of bounds. So it's not like the game says, okay, this is out of bounds, but rather out of bounds is defined in the way of absence of something, which is to say, if there isn't a floor polygon, then it is out of bounds automatically. So it's kind of like, it is the absence of heat, right? Cold is not a force upon itself, but rather it is the absence of heat. And so too is out of bounds, just the absence of a floor polygon. And now you might be asking, what floor polygon? There's still no floor polygon here, and we can demonstrate that make Mario die, right? So there was no floor. But the reason why this works is that the death plane is actually it counts as a floor polygon because it is in terms of internally it is a floor polygon, and so I'm calling it the death plane. It has a different name, doesn't it? It's called the death barrier. The death barrier. Okay. Sometimes in some games the community calls it the death plane, but I know that the accepted nomenclature in Super Mario 64 is the death barrier. And the death barrier is actually has 2 very large triangles, so making a square across the stage, across the bottom of the entire stage, and when you touch it, and everything that's above the death barrier is considered part of the bounds, whenever the death barrier Viewer Marley Goat asks, Roth, what are your opinions on the Mystery Goomba? Oh yeah, the Mystery Goomba. So the Mystery Goomba is a Goomba that is missing from Bowser in the Sky. Because usually, so these Goombas... they come in groups of 3. And so there's a... Wait. Does this also apply to this one? Because I remember the Mystery Goomba from Bowser in the Sky, and not from here. Or did he defeat the Goomba? Sorry, I'm getting... I'm ashamed of myself right now. I do not remember. Does this apply to this level as well? Is there a Mystery Goomba here? Okay, so I'm seeing the seeing viewer Keats Talol saying nah, it's on Bowser in the Sky. Yes, it should be in Bowser in the Sky. And so I guess these are 2 singleton Goombas. So anyway, in Bowser in the Sky, let me just go to Bowser in the Sky. Why don't I show it to you? Okay, I've been flying for so long I forgot how to walk. And why am I walking? I could be flying. Well, I already start... Oh, yes, that's right, because this isn't actually a real file with 120 stars. This is cheated. Everything in here is cheated. So that's why Mario opened the door, even though obviously on a legitimate file he shouldn't. He shouldn't have this animation. Yeah, this. Now, unfortunately, the staircase is no longer endless, but here's something that I can tell you about the endless staircase, which would obviously work much better if it was actually endless in this case, but hopefully you can still visualize what I'm talking about. So, the endless staircase works by warping Mario back seamlessly. So it's not just warping Mario back seamlessly, but it's warping Mario and the camera back seamlessly whenever he passes past one of these pairs of portraits. And so the way you see it in-game, it is completely seamless. It really is entirely seamless, and so it is such a good illusion. The way they were able to come up with this on such a limited hardware with such a completely simplistic implementation blows my mind every single time I think about it. But there's a way of a bit of sliding. So the thing about every single time Mario starts walking like this, or turns, or does this slide, he produces dust. And the thing about this dust is that the dust isn't actually included in the script that warps Mario and the camera. So the dust always remains in the same place. So the way to actually recognize this illusion as an illusion as it is happening is by looking at the dust. So if you because during gameplay you can never tell which ones of these steps are the step at which Mario will actually warp back down. Mario and the camera will warp back down. But if you produce dust, if you just keep doing that, for example, or if you keep sliding down, then at some point Mario will warp, but the dust won't. And then you will see that the dust appears away from Mario. And then it looks like, oh, the dust is warped. But no, it's your perception. Your perception is that the dust is warped, but the reality is that Mario and the camera has warped away from the dust, and the dust is still there where it's supposed to be. So the dust is in real reality, and Mario and the camera are being tricked. Viewer Nick's White Fang asks, isn't there a specific camera angle that breaks the illusion too? Yes, that is the other way that you can figure this out, is that by very carefully, now normally the game doesn't allow you to do this very easily, but if you can, kind of force the camera a little bit to show you this angle, and then go up, and then keep it at this angle, and then at some point, see, you just keep it like this, and then at some point you will start seeing that it gets closer, because Mario keeps getting. But this is not the intended camera angle, and the game tries really hard. Again, like right now, this room is neutralized. This room is completely neutralized. It has nothing anomalous about it anymore. But when it is not neutralized, the game really tries very hard to not get you to look down in that way. Viewer, that slime strafe asks, also was, do you know why the player considers particle effects like water droplets in Bomber Battlefield? Yeah, well, that is unfortunately beyond the scope of what I can do here, because it is a very, very complex thing that is happening, which is to say, an actor is unloaded and then it is replaced with another actor in the same spot, the same objects. And the only thing I can say for that, for anybody who's interested in the mechanics of that, is everything Pan and Point 2012 has ever published, because unfortunately it is so beyond the scope of anything I can explain in a single stream or in a single live video. That's a good question. Test it right now. Okay, you didn't collide with this ceiling. Did you see that? I should investigate that, because I don't think I can explain to you exactly what the reason was for that to have happened. So I should investigate that. That's great. I'm learning things. I'm learning things in real time. Viewer Maxi Gamer says the clock bound extends infinitely upward. That's what I would have imagined. Yes, that would be instantly my first guess. But I would like to see how much of this is actually possible to do without cheats and so on too. Maybe is there a way to see it actually happen with backwards programming or something? Still. Maybe doing this. This is very strange. I could have sworn that before this, was it something? Oh, that's right. I was using a different way of moving around. This is the official way of moving around. I was using one that was made, that was fan-made. And so that one actually did collide with ceilings. That's why I was so confused. Because I seem to have remembered Mario colliding with ceilings, but now he doesn't. And so, yes. So this, in this version of the debug free movement, which is actually the official version because it's in the game, Mario does not collide with ceilings. So apparently that was just a real ceiling. So thank you. So I guess I don't need to investigate that any further. But we will keep looking and we will keep learning. Isn't that great? One more fight for well, it doesn't. Okay, but this far up, right? Okay. So that was the most basic trick imaginable, right? Just to use the ground pound. This works in most games that feature ground pounds. That you can actually just cancel out all fall damage by using ground pounds. game on the specific frame, then Mario will pitch adjust his Yahoo or other voice sample up and down. I'm using... What is going on? Oh no. Oh no. Something happened to the controller. I'm sorry, this is a new controller, and this is the first time I'm using it. This is why I'm having so much difficulty. So now I seem to have activated some sort of auto... What do I do now? Let me try to disconnect the controller for a second. Okay, so let's see if it will even recognize when I plug it back in, or should I just... Okay. I'm terribly sorry. I'm terribly sorry. These are all just the results of this being my first stream, and me just still adjusting to all of this. You have to please forgive me. This is just the first time I'm doing so much of all of this all at once. My first time using this new controller, first time recording myself like this live, first time talking to people live. There are so many things to keep track of, and it's just so difficult to keep track of all of it. Here's not something that isn't quite a fun fact, but just, have you ever noticed how strange... Yes! This is so mystifying to me. I remember seeing it the first time I played this game, and I thought, there has to be something here, right? Because if you look at the entirety of this, fence, it just follows the ledge, right? It follows the ledge all the way up until here, completely straight, no deviations from the ledge, up until this point. And so what does this mean? Does this mean that the ledge sometime extended over here at some point, and then the ledge was adjusted by the fence? One of these great mysteries. Particularly for the castle itself, it's almost exactly the same model, but for the surrounding area, the model is adjusted. And it appears in the Royal Raceway. And so what happens in that case is that when you're looking, just to say when the camera is going away, with these windows. So the tower actually unloads, or unloads is not the correct word, it is colored. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with media rendering, culling is what happens to objects that are off camera that the game decides should not be loaded anymore should not be rendered anymore to reduce the strain on the view. And so let's say I'm in a different game, not this one, because right now the castle behind Mario is still being rendered, even though it's not on screen. But in a different game, it might go differently, and the castle behind Mario would be culled, which is to say it would not be rendered in order to free up some space, free up some GPU performance. And in Mario Kart 64, what happens is that the tower is culled, but the windows aren't, and they just float in midair for some reason. I always find this really, really funny. Viewer for Color Hero asks, what are your plans for future streams? Just tech demos and playing games? Well, really everything. I mean, as long as people are willing to watch them. As long as people are willing to watch me do these kinds of things and explain these facts on the fly in this manner, then I would be willing to play anything you want, or not play, but explain, or play. It doesn't even have to be a game. We could watch cartoons together, and it could be pointing out these different things in every frame that could be of interest. You know, just going frame by frame through cartoons. Is that something you would be interested in? Though I'm not quite sure how sympathetic Twitch itself would be to that idea. Would that be content claimed? Is that illegal? I am not quite sure about the legality of this. I'd have to look into it. Oh yeah, these birds. Oh, sorry, I thought these were birds. My vision is not quite good. These are butterflies, but there are birds here as well. Oh, that's embarrassing. Also, there's a fun fact about butterflies as well, which I will say later. But I wanted to have a fact about birds. There's some birds that fly out of some trees over here. Well, not right now, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. There's some birds here. You just have to take me on my word. And the birds are blue, and did he just scare them off already? Normally kind of appear over here. Viewer Shy Ghost 22 says Mario's acting like a bird, I guess. Yes, just please take this as a replacement bird. For lack of actual birds. I have no idea why they're not appearing. This is another thing that they should look into. What causes the birds to appear? Because I clearly remember just going over here would maybe it just be using the debug mode. Anyway, there's some birds that appear specifically in this area, and when the game ends, I'm sure you all remember that when the game ends, let me just try to recreate it over here. So Mario stands over here, and Peach stands over here looking at him like this. You know what this reminds me of? Super Mario RPG. This is what Mario does in Super Mario RPG. He just goes around and he acts out the movements of all the characters when he's doing his explanations, right? Like, so I was standing here, and then Peach was standing here looking at me like that, and so on. So yes, so Peach is standing here looking at him, and then the music starts playing. And then Mario's standing over here, and Peach turns around and starts going here. By the way, she doesn't actually go into the castle. She just stops here. She stops here, and she just looks at the way, and she stops just barely out of frame, to the point that you can actually still see her a little bit. And Mario is here, and then he looks kind of diagonally over here. Actually, he looks directly like that, but the camera is looking at him from the other spot. And the camera is representing, obviously, Lakitu as he turns around and leaves. And then Peach says, Mario! And then Mario starts running towards you. And there's another fun thing that happens is that, as I said, Peach is here, and Mario runs through her. Mario actually runs through Peach. He phases through her, but since this happens off screen, you can't see it. And so the reason I'm bringing all of this up is that Mario is looking at the sky over here, and then what happens is that there's some birds. There's some birds The Peach impression was spot on, says viewer Arcadius 2006. Oh, thank you. Oh, well, I said I wouldn't be doing any voices, but I guess that was just me getting caught up in the moment. And so, oh yeah, I guess I got the slightly wrong direction, because I do remember the sun was also visible in that shot, so I guess it's probably this direction. So Mario looks at this, and then the camera just turns around and looks at the sky, and these birds that I mentioned fly into the sky. And here's the funny thing about these birds, is that the birds, when you see them, they seem, kind of organic in their formation. It's not geometric or anything, but if you prevent the next scene from loading, you will see that after flying for a long enough time, the birds build a circle at the end of the path. And so what I believe happened is that the programmers made a circle of birds at the end of their path and then reversed the movement, so that it just looks organic when it's played back, and then at the end it makes into a circle, but you never see the circle because the game loads the other screen. And the reason why I haven't made a post about this yet is because I haven't figured out how to actually get this to happen in-game. Because the reason I know about this is because I've seen this in a corruption. And corruptions are just a very, very very valuable way of learning about how games work. A recent example, which you might have also seen if you've watched my video, the Super Mario Bros. Primer on YouTube, is you see a very brief clip of Mario in New Super Mario Bros. Wii in the first level with Peach's Castle in the background. And then Mario just runs a little bit, and then what happens to Peach's Castle is that it rotates extremely quickly in the background. Just this very, very humorous, completely unexpected manner. The castle just turns around like a hurricane. And how I found out about this is from a corruption stream by I think. Let me just tell you who what YouTube creator it is, because I want to do my due diligence and actually credit the person in charge, because it is very, very important to me that this happens. Yes, it's the YouTube user DuneDudeNG, so DUNEDUDENG, who makes corruption streams for Wii games in particular. And so this corruption is just funny if you see it in the context of corruptions, because so many things that happen in corruptions are just because, well, some values get changed around, and they are not really reflective of something that happens in the game. But when I saw that one, something clicked, and I thought, wait a second, this isn't just a corruption. It shouldn't do that just because it's corrupted. This is something that is deeper. This tells me something about the deeper nature of how the game handles things. And I was right, because upon investigating, so what it really reveals is that the game doesn't have a way of showing things in perspective, right? So right now, the screen you're seeing, it's showing things in perspective, right? So things that are further away are smaller, just like in real life, right? So this tree is big, not because it's big, but because it's close, and those trees are small not because they're small, but because they're far away, right? Just like in real life. But that's not how the New Super Mario Bros. Wii works. That game has orthographic rendering, which is to say everything appears at its regular size. There is no distortion or size adjustment due to distance from the camera. So if you would need to actually change the size of something in order to show it in perspective. And so when Mario walks past Peach's Castle, let me just show you, alright? So there's some actual Peach's Castle in the background right here, right? So Mario walks past Peach's Castle, and then here we can see... Please, Mario. Here we can see that Peach's Castle from here, from this side of the bridge, looks slightly different than from here, because the perspective changed. Right? So if you were to draw it, the drawing would look slightly different from this angle than from the other angle. Again, just like in the real world. But in New Super Mario Bros. Wii, this wouldn't happen. Mario just moves and the castle would just shift across the screen. It would just shift. It wouldn't actually look any different because no perspective deformation is being applied. And so what that corruption revealed to me is that the reason it does look like it is being perspective shifted is because it is actually rotating. The game specifically to mimic, to give you the illusion of the perspective changing, rotates the castle in real time based on Mario's position on the screen. And what the corruption just did was give a multiplier to the rotation value. So now the rotation actually is out of sync, and that reveals the trick. And to me, this was such an incredible moment, because it to me just shows just how much knowledge, how much insight can be gained from corruptions. Like, we might all watch corruptions because they're funny, and I do too. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, not everything I do is for knowledge and science. Some things I do because they're funny. But even these things, even the things that we do for fun, can be used to gain knowledge from, and that to me is incredible. This is what the moments for which I live as a Mario content creator, as a person who is interested in figuring out all of these things and preserving all this knowledge. And so now I watch these corruption streams with even more enthusiasm than before, because every single little corruption could, with enough logic, with enough observation, be something that reveals such deeper truths. Okay, right now I'm just reading through these messages. Yes, I am being hydrated. Yes, thank you. Viewer Kit Sovereign asks, Broth, what is the funniest moment to you in a Mario game? That is a very good question. I don't think I've ever thought about this seriously. And you have to treat humor seriously. I mean, I'm German. We treat humor seriously. That's a common joke about Germans. Can I take a break from Mario content for a second and just share with you a piece of German humor that I find to be describing, like, it resonates with me so much because I feel like it describes not just Germans but just me specifically. Is that yes, thank you. Okay, so it goes like this. It's a very short joke. It goes like this. How many Germans does it take to screw in a light bulb? 1. And to me, this is perfect. This is just such a perfect example of German humor. But if we think about it even more, this is a perfect example of what I do with my content. Because it is just a factual statement. It is an observation about reality. It's just a factual statement. It takes one German to screw in a light bulb. But it is humorous because of the context. And so, just like my content, all I'm doing is just offering you factual observations about Mario games. But because of the way that this... people don't really think about Mario as something that deserves such attention as I'm giving it. But I hope that by revealing all of this knowledge, I can spark enthusiasm in people for not just Mario, but just the treating video games as a science, treating other art forms as science that we don't really take seriously all the time. Because I believe, at the core of it all, is my belief that everything deserves to be treated seriously, right? And if the result of it being treated seriously is unintentional humor, then I'm fine with this, because the unintentional humor helps people understand just why it is so interesting, just why it is so fascinating. And I hope you agree with me. Okay, so now that I guess I'm talking about things that aren't really directly related to Mario, here's another question from a reader, Liam B. upon ye, viewer, sorry. You're only readers when you're reading my posts, not when you're watching. Viewer Liam B. upon ye asks, Broth, I understand your passion for Mario XC, it's not much else, but do you listen to much music? Do you have any favorite bands? Bands, perhaps not, but I do listen to other music. I do listen to music that isn't just Mario or Nintendo music. Particularly, are you familiar with the internet radio station Soma FM? Is anybody? I'm just going to wait for replies in the audience to see whether anybody is familiar with it. Soma FM is one of the biggest internet radio stations. Hopefully, somebody is familiar with it. And it's so sorry that I'm just flying around here. Oh, here's another thing that I can point out after this aside about my music is over. I've positioned Mario in a very interesting spot. So, viewer Carolyn Violet asks Sonar FM. No, Soma. SOMA FM. If you just put that into a search engine, you'll see it. And so it's an internet radio station. I understand that internet radio stations aren't really as popular now as they have been in the past 2 decades. But this is something that I've always been very, very, very enthusiastic about, internet radio, and Soma FM is my favorite internet radio network, and it has a bunch of stations that I really like, particularly Groove Salad, which is down-tempo ambient music, and that is my favorite genre of music to listen to outside of video game music, because it helps me concentrate, it helps me think, and I really like the kind of music that just blends into the background and creates a soundscape for me to melt. I just want my physical body to no longer be a concern, to melt away as I try to become one with my mind and try to draw connections between my no I shouldn't be moving, because else I will forget what I'm gonna say. Sorry, Mario, you have to stay here in this spot. And I will also in other points, because I don't want to drag this on for too long, but I will at other points also talk about my enthusiasm about internet radio and also... Oh, yes, exactly. Viewer Kid Sovereign says, I remember the MushroomKingdom.com having an online radio station called WTMK that I listened to on Winamp ages ago. Do you know that it's still up? It has been up all this time now. It has hiatuses, it has downtimes, but it is still up even now. And I can only recommend everybody to listen to WTMK. It's such an experience. WTMK, I will not go into detail right now. This will be the point of discussion at some later point, because if I start talking about this right now, I will not stop. But WTMK is so dear to me. It is so important to me. It is absolutely... just one of the cornerstones of my Mario existence, of my Mario life, and one of my long-term projects that I would love to do at some point after I've done the Super Mario Bros. Database and other things that need to be done first in order to provide the fullest experience possible, now that I can do this full-time, thanks to your incredible support. But after I've done the big stuff, one thing that I would love to make is my own Mario radio station. That is a dream I've had ever since I first listened to WTMK when it went live in 2004, for like 20 years now. And I've been listening to it all these 20 years, nearly every day. Some viewers are saying that they would like to see the radio station, to hear the radio station. That would be that's so nice of you. Thank you so much. I really hope that if this becomes a reality, that you will tune in sometime. Okay, so thank you very much for your interest in my personal life and my personal opinions, but I think we should go back to facts. And here's another fact for you. Look at the water directly bisecting Mario's shadow, right? So you might see that the water texture is not actually continuous at this point, because these are actually two different bodies of water. Now, if Marius is submerged, I think he just starts swimming. Yes, okay. So, it would have been incredible if that worked, but essentially what I'm trying to tell you here is that these are two different bodies of water, and so there is an extremely thin seam that can, at least in this position, I'm only aware of tool-assisted methods to actually be able to enter the water through this seam and land directly below it on the step. And so what if that happens, Mario will stand underwater, because he will technically not be either in this body of water or in the other one. And so he will be able to stand in this body of water, or because he's actually not in it, but he will appear to be in it, but he will be able to stand as though on dry land, and he will be able to stand as long as he walks across the seam, or the floor underneath the seam, he will walk. But if he takes even a single step to the side in either direction, he will start swimming. Now, this has absolutely no practical value whatsoever, unfortunately, but it is still fascinating that this is how water is implemented in this game. And these seams exist in many different places in this game as well. Every single time you notice these little discrepancies in the water texture, that means that these are actually two discrete bodies of water. But here is something even more exciting, actually, and let me just, for this I'll have to go to Jolly Roger Bay. Now, unfortunately, I can't show you. There's very few things I've been able to show you, but I hope it's okay that I can talk about them. So let me just go to Jolly Roger Bay. Oh, by the way, here's another thing that I can point out. So if you... one second. So if you look here, you can look through walls, right? And perhaps over here? Yeah. So you can see this wall. Sorry, this door. This door is always loaded, and so this is why you see it through the wall floating in the darkness. And normally this is the only thing that's loaded. However, if I... And so this happens when you enter this room normally, which is to say if you enter it either from the front door or through exiting Jolly Roger Bay itself. But if you go upstairs and then you go back down, something different happens. And I actually don't know why this happens. So I know that this happens, but I do not know the actual full technical explanation for this. Perhaps one day I will. Hopefully I will.
It's me, Mario!
I really hope that I did this correctly. Boo? Oh, yeah, here we go. Look at this. Every door is now loaded. Just because I entered the room differently. And Toad, too. Look at Toad. Is floating in the void. And this is so fascinating because I really don't know what could be causing this. What underlying reason could there be for this to happen just because I took a different entrance? Well, anyway, time to go to Jolly Roger Bay. Not to be confused with Jolly Roger Lagoon, which you might know. Have any of you been playing Banjo-Tooie now that it has released on Nintendo Switch Online? Banjo-Tooie is my favorite non-Mario game. So this is another thing that is very important to me, Banjo-Tooie. I'm just gonna wait for the replies. Viewer Unknowable Bug says, well, just playing it earlier today. Yeah, that's great. That's great. I hope you have fun. Is this your first time playing? Oh, I would love to also stream things that have nothing to do with Mario, but perhaps much later. I think it would be a complete disservice to the trust and the support that has been entrusted to me by my readers to just immediately go and start making non-Mario content. It's like, oh well, thanks for the money. By the way, here's non-Mario content. Yeah, that would be quite ridiculous. Have you seen the one video by Pan and Koic where he builds up speed not with any sort of backwards long jumping, but rather no, I don't remember how the speed is built up, but essentially it is then being upkept by extremely impressive wall jumps between these walls. This is one of those classic, you know, like, did you know that this was possible in Super Mario 64 videos? And just collecting all of these, yeah, I think it's called something like collecting all of the 8 coins on the ship afloat without the ship. I think that's what it's called. And it's just, what an absolute show that video is. It's just, I think it's, you know, if people ask you, can you show me something impressive about Mario? This is what you should show them, because I can't think of anything much more impressive than one specific video. Okay, well, let's go and Al can actually show you the thing that I was talking about with the water. By the way, the eel. So this eel, it actually.
It's me, Mario.
Go. Okay. You just hello. Pay close attention to the eel. Okay, that was that didn't work. I should have gotten closer to the eel. I'm terribly sorry for having wasted your time. Oh, and now I'm about to die as well from overhydration. So let me just get some more air.
It's me, Mario.
Okay, let's try to do this correctly this time. I'm terribly sorry. No, I don't think I can levitate underwater. Okay, so I should approach the eel. Okay, approach the eel, and now, please turn around, Mario. Now, okay. Please, don't. Now pay attention to the eel. Pay attention to the eel. Oh, I'm going to mess this up again, am I not? Please, Mario. Please cooperate. This is for the good of Mario education. Oh, I can't believe. Oh, this is. Ah, there it is. There it is. Did you see it? This is the moment that the game is trying to hide from you. The moment where the eel exits the ship. Well, this was really nerve-wracking. I'm glad I was able to get some of it on screen. So yeah, what happens is that the eel does not actually have an animation, a dedicated animation for exiting the ship, but rather it just teleports out. And for a single frame, it is completely straight before assuming its regular swimming animation. And so the game tries to hide it from you by making you swim back up. So what you're supposed to do is you swim down to the eel and then turn around, swim back up. And usually the way it goes is that the camera is always behind Mario when he swims back up. But since I was holding C up underwater, it makes the camera go above Mario as he's swimming up. And then if you do it correctly, which I did just barely, normally you should be able to see much more of the eel, but at least you were able to see some of the eel. And then you should see the moment, the one frame where he teleports out. Viewer All Mashed Up says, that's so weird, I distinctly remember seeing him swim out of the hole. That was in Super Mario 64 DS. Or you might also be thinking of the other animation where the eel swims out of the hole, which is the other time you confront the eel, which is where he swims out of this particular hole, this one over here. That's where the eel actually does swim out of the hole. So it is very strange that they didn't actually reuse that animation here, because they already had it. Viewer Blood for Short says Super Mario Bros. Might be a good addition for next time to have a display on screen of what your controller inputs are. It would be. Thank you very much. I will save this advice for next time. Thank you. Okay, so now I'm here, and so this will be a future post. So I hope you will like it when it actually is released. But let me look it up. I need to make sure that I correctly am ready. It is YouTube user. Yes, YouTube user bad_boot, who is another Super Mario 64 expert. So Bad Boot has figured out a way to make a non-tool assisted setup for standing underwater on the seam between this body of water right here and this main body of water. There's a seam right here. There's a seam, and so obviously it's absolutely seamless as you see in the game, but there is a microscopic seam that you would never be able to figure out by yourself. But Bad Boot figured out that if you start somewhere over here and do a series of somewhere around 100 precise inputs in a row, if you do them all in a row, I can actually tell you what the inputs are. Okay, so I'm just like reading them out loud from the video. So the inputs are: you ledge grab this side, jump kick against the front of it, punch 20 times, come to a complete stop, pause and hold straight up, unpause, press A 2 frames later, ground pound when Mario is just above the edge of the water. This is frame perfect. If done correctly, Mario's heels will be aligned with the edge of the water. Repeat the pause, jump, and ground pound. This time you want the ground pound on the first frame that results in Mario swimming. If done correctly, Mario's feet will slightly overlap with his shadow. Water jump 3 times with maximum pitch, which is to say you tilt the analog stick down. After the third jump, come to a complete stop, do 7 breaststrokes, coming to a complete stop after each one, and then press B 3 times. And if you do all of this, Mario will stand underwater. Can you imagine? Can you imagine figuring all of this out? The work that these people do in the community is absolutely incredible. I can only hope that anything I do will ever at any point approach this level of effort and dedication. I can only really I can only kneel in awe of such just combination of dedication and smarts on display here. Viewer ASJHB1 says, it sounds like those rumors you hear as a child. Absolutely, absolutely. It just sounds like one of these things you would do to unlock Luigi, right? We've all heard a billion of those. And if you do all of those, and then defeat Bowser 120 times, then Luigi will just come out of the fountain. Yeah, I mean, the amount of headway that has been made recently with making real-time viable, human-viable setups for things that used to be tool-assisted only has been incredible. I mean, have you seen carpetless? This was just this year, wasn't it? The advances in carpet technique that has been made. So essentially carpetless, for all of you that don't know. In fact, I can just show you. I will not show you carpetless. I will not actually perform carpetless. I think I would need to live to the age of 1000 and practice it every single day in order to be able to pull off carpetless, but I'll show you the place where carpetless would be performed. So just need to go to Rainbow Ride. Viewer Redstone Ruler 25 says, now you could totally pull it off. I don't think so. I'm sorry. I am a very, very average at best Mario player. I don't think I could pull it off without some sort of divine intervention, perhaps. Or debug mode, that's right. Yes, I guess now I'm truly am carpetless. I'm moving around this entire stage without a single carpet, and now I am here at the start. Wasn't that carpetless? No, but let me just show you what I really mean by this. Okay, so essentially, as you might remember, the way to reach that star in the roof is to ride a carpet, and the carpet goes all the way from... Oh, that's not very good. Lakitu becomes stuck. This is another thing that, is an interesting... Yeah, exactly. So Lakitu becomes stuck here, and I have made a post about this at some point, with, that if you use unintended ways of exiting this house, then Lakitu will just stuck here. Will become stuck here, and so the debug just shows you a very easy way to do it. And but you can do it in game with something much more complex. Sadly I don't remember what the exact setup for this is, but you could do this. So essentially, yeah, the carpet goes all the way from down here. That's the carpet that you need to ride. This one, and then it goes all the way up here, like there, through here. By the way, did you know that this is lava? So this makes this level the only other level except for Lethal Lava Land and Bowser in the Fire Sea that has lava in it. Now it doesn't look like lava, but it is the lava object right here in the fireplace. And what's more interesting is that Rainbow Ride used to be a second Lethal Lava Land early in development. We know this from leaked development files, that that Rainbow Ride used to be called Lava Bubble, Fire Bubble, Fire Bubble 2. So they had a second Lethal Lava Land planned, and then they just at the last moment, or possibly not the last moment, but somewhere late in development, they decided to change it into Rainbow Ride, and I think that was a good decision because Rainbow Ride is such an iconic final stage. It's still, I admire the decision, the artistic decision to make the final levels of this game bright and colorful and set in the sky. It is such a big contrast to the final levels of most Mario games where, you know, it's all dark and lava themed and everything, and you just, here you have this, which is incredible. And so, could this be linked? Could this possibly not be linked? We don't know, but it is still interesting. Okay, so, let's go back to carpetless. And so the carpet just goes out here, over here, like this, then down, again past the fireplace, and then up. And so all of this takes a very, very long time. And when you're a speedrunner, you don't want this. And so there are ways of going up these platforms by using speed gain from backwards long... no, actually not backwards long jumping, I'm sorry. Gaining from grabbing a bob-omb while it's about to explode causes it to push Mario backwards. And that causes Mario to gain speed that is much faster than the regular speed at which he can walk. Then you take a warp. This causes it to become... I'm not actually quite sure what it specifically causes, but this is also part of the setup. You take the warp, and after the warp it becomes attached to Mario in a way that is slightly different, and it becomes invisible. Oh yeah, it's hands-free. That's what it does. It makes it hands-free. Mario no longer has to hold it in his hand. It's just attached to him. That's what warping does. So Mario is now hands-free, holding the bob-omb that is pushing him backwards, and he can make his way up here, and usually that used to be how it was done. But nowadays, people just make it up here, and then there's this incredibly complex jump that you do over here, and you think, wait a second, that shouldn't be possible, right? It shouldn't be possible to... Please like it. Okay. It shouldn't be possible to wall jump up here, right? But there's such a things as, oh, what are they called? They're not called glitched wall jumps. What are they called? I'm sure one of the Super Mario 64 experts can tell me what they're called. The wall jumps that can be made off of something that doesn't look like a regular wall that can be wall jumped off. There's a technical term for them. Anyway, there's two of these that can be made that lead you all the way up here, and the inputs are so precise. Are they really called glitchy wall jumps? Glitchy wall... Really? I thought it was different. Well, anyway, yeah, those are the ones that you make, and, well... The camera is certainly very interesting in here. And then you make two of them in order to get up here. And this used to be tool-assisted only. But now there's setups, such incredibly complex setups that are being made where you need to align yourself while standing on this ledge in a very specific way, and then you need to move for 3 frames, and then or something like that. These are just random numbers. You move for a certain amount of frames, pause, then move for a certain amount of other frames, and I was there looking at all of these videos as they were quickly being updated, as all of this was worked on, and all of the different ways to make the setup were called something like orthogonal jodes, right? Orthogonal yeah, exactly. Mr. Twister, Mr. Twister says we found setups so we could pause and hold orthogonal joystick angles, so no precise angles. Yes, that was called orthogonal jodes, right? Or something like that. I do remember the funny names they gave to these setups. But yeah, essentially, this is the kind of thing that people are doing now in Super Mario 64. They're doing things that for 20 years or over 20 years were considered tool-assisted only, and we cannot even fathom what the future will bring for Super Mario 64. Will we at some point be able to collect every single star without pressing A? Who knows? I decided to not fly. Let's see. Just restore my health because I don't like how the health meter is hogging screen space. Here's something that isn't really any sort of obscure fact, but something that I've always liked. So if you go down here... I've always liked this view. This is just so beautiful. It just shows you so much of the stage at once. It's like, I've always found this to be... There's so much, you know, like, a call to adventure in this one view. You know, it just shows you, wow, I could go there, or there, or there. So, and the way just hovering above Mario, I don't know. Maybe I'm just completely alone on this, but I've always loved this. So there should be Lakitu over here. Where's Lakitu? I can hear him. This is just my bad eyesight failing me again. Oh, here you... okay. He was just behind me somehow. So the thing about Lakitu is that once you've seen him... Once you've seen one, you've seen them all. No, that is completely wrong. We shouldn't be generalizing Lakitus as well. That was just something that came to mind. Look at him. Once you've seen Lakitu, once you've encountered Lakitu, and you've gone far enough from him, he becomes just a cloud. So he unloads, and it's just a cloud. And this is how he's going to stay for the entirety of this visit to the level. But now let's die. Let's go back in. Let's see. Look, it's completely the opposite. Before you encounter Lakitu for the first time, it's just Lakitu without the cloud. Isn't that amazing? That before you first encounter Lakitu is just, okay, Lakitu is going to be rendered but not the cloud. And then after you encounter Lakitu, you look back at him and it's just the cloud without the Lakitu. Yeah, and it just switches whenever you activate his movement for the first time in your visit to the level. Viewer Shadow Juan 1983 asked, can you show us the stages from under and bird view? Unfortunately not with this emulator. So I can move around, but I don't have free control over the camera. The camera thing would be if I was using the Wii Virtual Console emulator, which I hope to be able to switch between on my next stream, whenever I do a next stream about Super Mario 64. But yes, this is absolutely something that I want to do. I want to be able to show you different angles of things that one would normally not be able to get with this, because, like, for example, I can't move the camera even further up than this. I mean, this is clearly already very far up, but not any further than this. And in some games, they were designed specifically for the camera to only have a specific order of freedom. So in, let's say, Mario Kart Wii, that's just the first example that came to mind, but there's many of them. Mario Kart Wii, the sky has a gradient. And so during regular gameplay, you would, let me just look at the sky here real quick. So it would go like this, that the sky at around eye level would be the brightest. And we're talking about, let's say, Mushroom Gorge. So the sky here about eye level would be the brightest, and then would just continue getting darker towards the top. Just like here, right? It gets slightly darker towards the top. You can see it's dark blue right there at the top of the screen, and I can't actually scroll it any further. And so in Mario Kart Wii, what happens is that the game knows that you can't actually move the camera by itself. There's no camera movement functionality. The only way you can move the camera is by moving the car, right? By driving in different configurations, and obviously sometimes the camera will point upwards because the car is driving up the slope, or being shot out of the cannon upwards, or other such scenarios. But they know that the camera will never point straight up. That will never happen during gameplay. And so if you use tools to look straight up, you will see that the gradient just continues. It continues way past the point at which the game expects you to see it, and it just continues getting darker. And what happens is that the top, the zenith of the sky, is a black hole. It's just completely black directly above you, and you'll never be able to see it during regular gameplay. And it is actually quite scary. quite scary when you see it yourself. That there's actually a giant black hole just hovering above the racers as they race. Viewer sorry, yeah, wahoo, says, uh-oh, just like Super Paper Mario. Exactly! That was the first thing that I thought too. Oh, it's the destruction of all worlds. It's the Chaos Heart. XXXLG can we see a picture? Unfortunately, I have not yet figured out how to, switch between different scenes and show you pictures on stream yet. Please excuse me. I'm terribly sorry. This is just my first stream. I can promise you that I will have all of this figured out by the next time I stream. But I will try to figure to find my own post about it and maybe post it in the chat. So maybe you'll see it. 1 second. I'm looking at it right now. So I'm looking for it right now. Okay, here's the link. Okay, I posted the link in chat. I hope you can see it. Just tell me if you can see it. Oh, yeah, I'm glad that you're agreeing that it looks ominous. Thank you. This is such an interesting platform right now that I'm standing on. This is a completely unique texture. I think this was used in one of the pre-release courses that were cut from the finished game. Or maybe I'm not 100% sure actually. Whether this was used, because there was a stage called Don John, which see what else is there in this course that I can show off. There was... Yeah. So essentially, if you get on the carpet, there's a point where the carpet goes down here, where if Mario is positioned underneath the carpet, he will start treating the carpet as a ceiling, and then he will be sideways. He will briefly be sideways as he walks around. There's other examples of this elsewhere in the game. But this is one that is specific to this place. Okay. Okay. So I've been streaming for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Sorry, I need to take a moment to compose myself. Maybe drink some water. Maybe answer some questions. If you have any pertinent questions, I guess now it would be a good time to ask them, because I'm gonna answer some questions while I think about what else I can show off. Obviously, I have thousands of different things I can show off, but please forgive me that my mind is just racing right now, and it's just very, very difficult to catch my thoughts as they happen. Well, I do plan to stream for perhaps well, really as much as I can, if that's okay with the viewers. Perhaps maybe half an hour to 1.5 hours more than this. Viewer Carolyn Violet asks, would you always stream around this time of day? No, this is just something that happened today. It could be earlier, it could be later. In fact, I'll just ask right now, would you like me to stream earlier or later than this? And here's here's some other questions. Somebody asked. Okay. Viewer Nix Whitefang asked, Broth, what's your favorite Super Mario 64 level theme? If by that you mean musical theme, that's a very good question. Well, probably Dia Dia Dogs. Because I understand that's a basic answer, but because I think it's many people's favorite theme, but it is truly beautiful. It is such a beautiful theme. I could listen to it for hours, and I have been listening to it for many hundreds of hours, I think, at this point. Okay, and the answers to when I should start streaming is that the time is good. Okay, thank you. I will try to experiment with different times, but I'm very glad to know that this time is good because I'll just remember that for later. Oh, very interesting question by viewer Croton Talks. If you had to add a level to Mario 64, what kind of level would you add? I hope it's okay to let Mario just sleep for a second, or if you would like to, if you would like me to just mindlessly levitate around, if you think that would be more visually appealing than Mario sleeping, then I can do that as well. It doesn't take much of my brain power to do that, to just levitate around the castle lobby or the outside of the castle at some... Okay. I'm seeing a lot of comments saying that Mario should rest. Okay, yes, I agree. Mario should rest. What kind of level would I add to Super Mario 64? I mean, Super Mario 64 already covers all of the basic ideas of Mario levels. It's not like if you asked me, oh, what kind of level would you add to Super Mario Sunshine, I would immediately say an ice level, right? Because that's the one major archetype that is missing from Super Mario Sunshine, and with good reason. But just because it is a good reason doesn't mean it isn't slightly saddening that it isn't there. You know, you could have some sort of ice cream factory or some other way of putting in an ice theme in a tropical environment. Oh yeah, and viewer Chiasarenzo says, I would add an industrial kind of level. Yes, I think that is definitely something that this game would benefit from, because it is a theme that isn't yet covered. I mean, again, b3313, I'm terribly sorry for all of you who haven't played it and who feel confused by my comments about it, but b3313 has the biggest level in all of b3313 is the Moto's Factory. And the Moto's Factory is an amazing level. And I think Super Mario 64 would definitely benefit from something like the Moto's Factory. Yeah, for all of you who don't know Motos, yeah, this is a real fact, by the way, so this has nothing to do with b3313. Motos was an entity that was found in the development files, the leaked development files of Super Mario 64. And Motos was essentially what eventually got split up into the bully and the Chuckya. It's a combination, it's a boss enemy that is a combination in his functionality of a bully and a Chuckya. So the bully inspiration is essentially the fact that the body shape, really, and the fact that it would appear in a lava level, and the Chuckya is the fact that it would pick Mario up and walk around with him and then try to toss him into the lava. Oh yeah, and just tossing into the lava, that concept also comes from the bully. And then at some point, I guess the developers decided that this would be more interesting as two different concepts, just split it up, and so that became the bully and the Chuckya. Also, did you know that the internal name for Chuckya is Carry Boy? So he's just a boy. He's just a boy who likes to carry Mario around. So that's interesting. Not the only boy from unused data. My favorite unused boy is Corn Boy from Super Mario Odyssey. So Corn Boy, we don't have the model for him, but we do have the name Corn Boy, and we have the code that determines his functionality. So Corn Boy would have been a capture. So Mario would be able to capture Corn Boy, and he has two functionalities. He can prepare a jump, and he can execute a jump, which would be, you know, differently angled, different arc and different height of jump based on how much you prepare it for. And the jump is enormous. So Corn Boy, if he prepares a maximum jump, would be able to leap across, let's say, the entirety of the Cap Kingdom, for example. So in my post about Corn Boy, I theorize that the reason Corn Boy was removed because he was too powerful. There's just nothing that would be a challenge for Corn Boy. I just can't, unless you would have some sort of extreme kind of Kaizo level side areas that have, you know, just small platforms floating in the void, and you would need to jump, to leap enormous distances from one platform to the other. That would be a challenge worthy of Corn Boy, right? But like the regular movement throughout the regular stages of Super Mario Odyssey, I think that just wouldn't be a challenge, and so I think that was the reason why ultimately he was removed. Viewer 2 asked, could the code have been unfinished for Corn Boy? What jump size may be? It could be. It's just that it is fully functional. It is fully functional, and so a data miner and a modder has implemented Corn Boy into the game. Now, obviously, we don't know what he would look like because the model is gone, but the functionality is fully functional. So if you put him there, if you give him a model, he will be fully functional. Viewer XXXXS says, Corn Boy does remind me kind of that unused Paper Mario Ninja. I think that's what it was part of. Yes, that's the other boy, the Ninja boy. The only thing that remains in the files of Paper Mario is the mysterious sentence, Ninja boy, he can lower the block. And it says Ninja boy ? He can lower the block, and it just it's like the developers themselves are surprised at this, and I've always found this so interesting. He can lower the block? So yeah, he would have been able to lower the block, and there's 5 unused ninja colors in the game. So there's ninjas, and the ninjas for some reason don't appear as enemies. They appear only as NPCs in the Starborn Valley area. But there's 5 unused ninjas. There's 5 rainbow colors. I think red, yellow, green, blue, and violet. And I just used the yellow one for my post, but obviously we don't know if any of them was supposed to be the Ninja Boy. I just picked one. And so yeah, maybe one of them was Ninja Boy, maybe not. We don't know. Cool Mountain. By the way, here's something that was really embarrassing for me, is that it's not Cool Mountain, it's this room. The Womps Fortress room has a toad in it, which is something I discovered maybe 15 years after I first played the game, because this toad is so unremarkable. Look at him. He's so hidden. And the fact that the toads are just, they have this Kokiri forest-like ghostliness to them in this game. I hope you know what I'm talking about with Kokiri Forest, right? If you've played The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, you know that the inhabitants, the Kokiris in Kokiri Forest, they only become solid when you approach them. And this is the same thing that happens here with the toads, right? And now he's solid. And now he isn't. And he also becomes not solid when you talk to him. I don't know whether this has happened to anybody else, but I would always overlook this toad because it's so easy to just go this way, and then I think that's exactly what happened to me. I would go here and just go up here, and that resulted in me never seeing the toad. But that wouldn't happen to the new Super Mario Bros. This was back before I didn't really take this as seriously as I do now. Like I've always liked observing things in Mario games. I always liked thinking about them, but I never took it as seriously as it is now my duty. It is now my duty to my readers to observe as much as I can of the games that I play as possible in order to derive as much information from the things that I see. And so nowadays, this would simply not happen. Nowadays, every single time I play a new game, I look at everything I can in every room I enter as thoroughly as I can, so that things like that don't happen. This toad, I would see that toad immediately. Right now, I'm playing through Mario and Luigi Brothership, by the way, and I'm doing that, of course, in that game. I'm thoroughly searching every single room as I enter it for everything. Okay, so this, again, I'm unfortunately not going to show this, but, so there's some water up there, right? So, see? So what happens with water is that if Mario enters the space underneath the surface of water in any unnatural manner, and normally Mario can only enter water through the surface, but if he enters underneath the water, he will teleport to the surface of the water, like this. And so this can actually be done during regular gameplay. So what you do is you jump over this fence, fall, do a kick in midair, and move backward into here, and then Mario will teleport back up here. And that's a nice trick to show your friends. If you can do it, which I can, which is why I'm only describing. Well, I mean, I could do it. I could do it for my post about it. I did make a post about it for which I did record it, myself doing it. But I have to say, obviously, I have to admit that it took me a lot of retries, a lot of save states. Viewer Redstone Ruler 25 says try it. Well, just for fun, just to embarrass myself even further, I'll try it. Yeah, as you can see, this is what happens when I try things. Viewer Greg asks, hey Broth, any cool facts about the penguins in this game? The Mario penguins are my favorite. Oh yes, there's tons of cool facts about the penguins in this game, which is why I went to Cool Mountain in the first place, and now I, for some reason, entered Whomp's Fortress just because I remembered about the toad, and I just automatically entered Whomp's Fortress because I thought that's where I wanted to go. Yeah, I wanted to go to Cool Mountain specifically to talk about the penguins. Thank you very much for pointing this out. Please, I hope you forgive me for being so scatterbrained, so unorganized this first time. It's just... Okay, so the penguin. There's tons of things to say about the penguin. So let me try one thing first. I'm sure many of you already know, but hopefully... Oh, please. Maybe I should take the penguin somewhere else. To a wide open area. This penguin. This penguin. Oh, did you know that these are actually car alarm sounds that the penguin is making? So these are not actual penguin sounds or even animal sounds. These are car alarm sounds that the designers very astutely noticed that sounded kind of like a penguin, so they used them. Okay, I don't think I'm going to get this penguin, am I? This happens to everybody at some point, right? Just the complete inability to catch this penguin. You have to be kidding me. Please, I'm making a stream here, penguin. Oh, this is awful. Okay, well, we'll get back to that penguin later. We'll circle back to him. Let's talk about this penguin, who isn't here. Uh-oh. Okay, at this point, the game is just trying to make me look bad. I swear. Because normally, if you have 120 stars, the penguin should be here. But of course, since I cheated to have 120 stars, the penguin isn't here. So, alright. Well, I can just talk about the penguin as though the penguin is here. So, this penguin has cheating detection. So usually if you cheat, and I have no idea why I decided to just start sliding when I could have... Well, yeah, if you cheat something in like this, right? Just imagine if I just kept sliding and won. If you cheat in this manner, I'm sorry. Now I'm being such an embarrassment. This is so awful. I'm so sorry. Everything I talk about just doesn't work. Truly frustrating. Okay, well, anyway, the penguin... Maybe if I select another one of these stars... Oh, the F! The F! There's another great thing that I can point out. Thank you, camera, for pointing out the F. So here's the hidden F. That was something that was discovered back then in 1996, as well as this was in one of those first fan sites that were around at the time. I think, is anybody here in the audience old enough to remember Walton Dell's website, which was one of the first big repositories of Super Mario 64 knowledge, kind of tricks, cheats, tricks and obscure knowledge like that. And I was around for all of it. I mean, I've been around since Super Mario Bros. And so I discovered it back then, that somebody sent in a tip to Walton Dell that there's a hidden F. And Walton Dell couldn't believe it, and just said, yeah, I thought it was a prank, but then I saw it, it was the F. So what this really is of course, the trapdoor. It's the trapdoor from the corridor leading towards Bowser in the Dark World, and we're just seeing it from below, which is why it just humorously appears as though it's an F. Well, in reality, there's also 3 other sides that we aren't seeing. But still, yeah, this is a great fact, I think. The F. Maybe if I select a different star, the penguin will be there. Though, of course, since this is all cheated, it could be that the game is just punishing me. It's punishing me for cheating. The penguins just know, right? They just have an innate knowledge that I've cheated, and so this penguin is... Okay, good. Okay. Let's try to do something. This should be possible. Come on. No, please, not into the penguin. no, 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 please. I need speed. I need speed, and I need to dive. Come on, Mario, please. Why won't he dive? There it is! Did you see it? I'll try to do it again. Basically, the penguin dives every time Mario dives. There! Look at him. This is a very overlooked functionality of the penguin because it is just very difficult to dive here. Normally, in order to dive, you need to build up speed. And this course obviously has very many narrow ledges, and so you wouldn't even want to dive in the first place. And so, okay, so now about the penguin. There is... Oh, I don't remember which side of the mountain it's on, but essentially, the penguin despawns when he's away. Actually, why am I saying he? We know that Tuxie is a female penguin, right? Well, let me just look this up again. So this penguin is called Tuxie, and that's a female penguin. Wait a second. Yes. Okay, good. So Tuxie is a female penguin. Okay, sorry again. Although we do not know what gender the other penguin is, so this one's female, the other one is unknown. And so the penguin despawns when she's a certain distance away from Mario. So if I let the penguin go over this ledge, she will despawn hopefully before hitting the ground. Yeah, as you can see, penguin despawned. And there's exactly one spot somewhere on this mountain where Mario will be upon releasing the penguin within the activation radius of the penguin's within the rendering radius of the penguin's respawn spot. So what happens is that if Mario releases the penguin in that one specific spot, the penguin will despawn and respawn on subsequent frames, which normally isn't possible. Normally it either despawns and then you need to take some time to get back to the place for it to respawn, but in that one spot it does respawn immediately. And unfortunately I don't know which spot it is because I've only ever seen it once, and it's on one of these slopes. So if let's say somewhere up there, if Mario stands there and lets the penguin drop, then the penguin will respawn immediately. But again, this is just an example. Here's something about this bridge. This bridge is let me try to do this actually. Let me try to embarrass myself even further. This bridge is permeable, it's a semi-solid, so it should be able to... Yes! I did it the first try. So, yeah, this bridge is not solid from the bottom. So you can do that and impress your friends with it. Yes, thank you. I'm so pleased that I was actually able to do something on this stream. It's great. Great feeling. Does not make up for all of the failures I have suffered so far, but it is a great feeling. Thank you. Now about the penguin, there's another fact which I won't be able to demonstrate because it's very, very specific. But essentially, once you do return the baby penguin to her mother, there is a specific spot right there, I think? Right there, that if the penguin passes through that spot, it will jump. It will just jump, and that's the only place where that happens. It will just jump. It probably has something to do with the ground collision in that spot, and we'll just jump when it passes through there. But obviously this is very difficult to set up because it depends on, you know, the RNG of the penguin walking and so on after you release it, and so no sense in even trying to do this live on stream. Viewer Shadowquan 1983 says snowmen were killable. No, in this game not, but that reminds me of another interesting fact. They are killable with Wario in Super Mario 64 DS, so Wario can just punch them. Wario can do so many things in that game which are very obscure because very few people play as Wario. Wario is just very bad for platforming, which just makes it kind of sad that he's given so many unique abilities because many people will just not see them. They just play as Wario for just the missions that require him, and I won't fault them for that because it is just very tedious to get from place to place as Wario due to his slower speed and lower jumps and so on. But he has abilities. He can destroy, not actually destroy, but he can neutralize Tox boxes. And if you remember, the Tox boxes are, and here's another fun fact about Tox boxes. But first, Tox boxes are the enemies from Shifting Sandland. The boxes, the cubes that roll around in the maze above the quicksand. And so Wario can defeat Tox boxes by standing inside them and punching them. And that will punch them out of the maze, and it will sink into the sand at a 45-degree angle. The amount of specific programming that the programmers needed to put in just for that one interaction that most people would never experience. Because even if they are playing as Wario, why would you even try to do that if you've played the original game, or if you've played through this and tried to punch them with any of the other characters and nothing happens? Why would you even try to do this with Wario? But they did. They put in so much effort into this one interaction. And they still keep their collision as well. So you can walk on them as though they just like permanent part of the course geometry. It's fascinating. Anyway, my fun fact about Tox boxes is that Tox boxes are something that Miyamoto considers to be his masterpiece. In an interview about Super Mario 64, Miyamoto was asked, what is your favorite thing that you worked on for this game? And he says the Tox box, because it embodies Nintendo's design philosophy. Because it's just so, form follows function, and you know immediately what to do to avoid it. You know immediately how it moves. Because it's a cube, you know it rolls just like a cube would. It rolls in a tile-by-tile manner. And since one side is open, then you know exactly what to do to avoid it. You need to stand in that one tile on which it will land with its open side. And so that's why Miyamoto's favorite enemy is the Tox box. My favorite enemy is the Wallop, which is another, Thwomp-adjacent enemy, but sadly not for such deep, philosophical game-related reasons, but just because Wallops are cute. I just instantly fall in love with the Wallop's face first time I saw it, and yeah, still to this day. In fact, it's looking at me right now from my desk. Yeah, the Wallop follows me everywhere I go. It's in my pocket. It's in my pocket at all times. Live Wallop cam. I would love to. At some point I will have a cam. Possibly not to show myself, but maybe to show something that I have in my possession. Something that I can show you live in the real world. Because I don't think you would be interested in seeing my face. My face is not Mario related. But I will be able to show you the Wallop on stream. Yes, thank you. Wallop cam, I'm just imagining that it is live, but obviously absolutely nothing happens on it. It's just the Wallop's face for the entirety of the stream. That would be very interesting, yeah. Okay, I don't know why I'm playing when I could be flying. Stop playing, Mario. Oh, here's another fun fact about this. Okay, so here, right? So This took me hours when I made a post about it, but luckily I was able to make a post about it. I was able to get it. So, if Mario jumps from up here, and then performs a dive, and then lands very, very precisely on the edge of this platform, he will get stuck in the sand on the edge where he's actually he will not actually overlap any part of this platform. So he will appear to get stuck in midair. No, wait. I'm talking about something else. In this one, he will actually get teleported. He'll actually get teleported below the course. He'll actually get teleported down here. I was talking about something else. I was talking about getting stuck in the sand, in the snow off the ledge up there. So anywhere here, if you get stuck on the ledge after diving, you will get stuck in midair, because all of these ledges are treated as snow. But that one is even more interesting. And in fact, you know what? Before I spread any more misinformation based on my faulty memory, let me just find the post, and I'll give you a link to it in chat so that you can see it for yourself. Take me some time. I'm terribly sorry. Yes, exactly. So I conflated two different things. I conflated the diving, and this one isn't actually diving. This is actually Mario just performing a long jump towards the long platform, and then he will, if he hits a very specific spot, he will get teleported down to the death barrier, and then he will recover from being stuck in snow, because Mario is immune to death while recovering from being stuck in snow. So as long as he's doing that, he can't die. But as soon as he finishes, he will die. So here's the post for everybody who wants to see it in person. So yes, sorry about confusing two different unrelated facts here. There should be a spin drift near the top of the mountain, right? Over here, yeah. Over here, yes. If you use this spin drift, you can actually drift all the way down. It takes a very long time. Below this platform. And the same thing will happen as in Wump's Fortress, right? Because you will... Not quite the same thing. He will touch the water and also die. So not quite the same thing. I misremembered. But the same thing as in he'll touch the water because he's below it. So as you can see, the penguin is standing in some water, and if you twirl all the way down underneath the platform and touch the water from below, you did hear Mario, assume his water, do his water voice clip of him getting it and like a little splash, and then he died because it's actually also the death barrier. Oh yeah, here's something that it would normally be very difficult, but is actually easy because they have debug mode on. Also, here's something that you can't see, but in the Japanese version, one of these, I think this one, has one of these balls, right? The one that Mario's touching with his glove right here, has a faulty texture. This is one of the very few examples of places where they just overlooked that the texture was just not correctly designed. Oh yeah! I will not talk about this now. This is a little bit of mystery, a little bit of me trying to make things more interesting, but there will be a post soon about this ledge. And it will be very interesting. It's one of the most interesting things I know about this game, this ledge. It is so bizarre. It is so you will not believe it when you see it. I'm sure some people will say it's fake. But yeah, this ledge is incredible. And in fact, if I go to that ledge right now, wait a second. What am I doing? Why am I here? Okay. If I go to this ledge right now, oh, I can't even go to the slide. Well, basically, there's nothing there. There's nothing there right now because I'm not playing on original hardware. So you need to play on original hardware for this ledge to be relevant. Which is another thing, because you might remember a recent post I've made about this very, very bizarre glitch that happens only in the Nintendo Switch Online version of this game. Do you remember? This was really recent. This was even after I started working on Super Mario Bros. Full time, which was that in the Nintendo Switch Online, the European version, which luckily I do have access to, being European myself, there is a very bizarre glitch with the pause screen descriptions of levels when you're inside Peach's castle. So let me just exit this right now. We'll go back here, but if I press start, right, you'll see these descriptions, just the names, and then for each one it will tell you what stars you've gotten in that level and what your record is for the amount of coins. And in the Nintendo Switch Online version, the European, specifically European Nintendo Switch Online version of Super Mario 64, it sometimes has a glitch where the O's and U's of Cool Cool Mountain and Big Boo's Haunt will swap into each other. Like, it will say Cool Cool Mountain or Big Boo's Haunt. And there's been reports of other letters also changing, like Moonton instead of Mountain, with 2 U's. I've never seen Big Boo with 2 U's, but that would have been very entertaining for fans of Dragon Ball Z, I think. I've never watched Dragon Ball Z, but I think there's a character there called Boo, with 2 U's. Viewer Mr. Twister asked, did we ever find what causes it? No. no, because even the biggest experts all say no idea. Absolutely no idea. Kazemanwar or Kazemanwar, I'm terribly sorry if I'm mispronouncing the name, one of the biggest Super Mario 64 experts in the world. Tremendous work on understanding the intricacies of the game, says no idea. And really, at this point, no one knows. Okay, let's go back to the slide. And I'll show you something that is, for some reason, the same between Super Mario 64 and Super Mario 64 DS, despite it being an oversight and the game being completely reprogrammed. They kept this one in Super Mario 64 DS. So, if you do a very, very careful jump from here over to here, you can land on the roof of the structure. And the roof of the structure is extremely slippery. So if Mario ducks, look how far he slides. It's as though he's on a slide, almost, despite it being flat ground. And I'm still sliding. And I do not know whether this can be done indefinitely. I think every single time you approach the ledge and have to turn around, he loses some of his momentum, but whenever he loses his momentum, it's so little of it that it almost appears indefinite. Well, it's definitely a very long time, that much I can say. And yeah, it just to the fact that the slide was given the slide floor property, it was applied to this particular floor, even though it's not actually part of the slide. And interestingly, this doesn't even happen in just this game or Super Mario 64 DS. It also happens in Super Mario Sunshine. So there's a slide level in Super Mario Sunshine, one of these secret stages in Delfino Plaza, where Mario has to slide. And it also has a kind of hidden, because it's underneath the slide, but you can reach it with FLUDD. A hidden alcove that is flat, but has slide properties for the floor. So Mario will, again, slide around on flat ground. And apparently this is just something that the programmers of these games do. They just like putting, or maybe they don't like doing it, but maybe it's just part of the programming process that it's just so much easier to select all floors in a given area and give them the slide property and not actually put any specific caution towards not giving the property to flat ground. Viewer Carolyn Violet says, I'm still thinking about the ledge. Yes, I was hoping I could create some mystery. This ledge, I really am hoping that I'm not overselling it, but when you see it, I can tell you right now that this is not an exaggeration. The ledge does something I have never seen anything in Super Mario 64 do. It's a completely different type of glitch from anything I've seen. I think I no longer have anything to say. Well, I mean, I probably have a lot of things to say, but nothing that immediately comes to mind about this place, so let's go to somewhere else. Okay, I think I've visited everything. No, well, we haven't been to the basement yet. Oh, here's something funny about the basement. Or perhaps not funny at all. I'm probably the only one who finds these things funny. Oh, by the way, b3313 time again. I can never go down to the basement without expecting Shadow Mario to appear right here, right? Anybody who's played this game knows the Shadow Mario jump scare in this corridor. He's there all the time when you play it at night. If you've only played it during the day, he's not there. But when you play this game at night, Shadow Mario will be waiting in this corridor. And he disappears when you get close to him, but it's always scary. Always takes you by surprise. Anyway, so the entrance to the basement is interesting because, so this is the first door that you unlock, right? You defeat Bowser in the Dark World, and you get the key from him, and you unlock this specific door. And so if you haven't played the game before, if this is your first time playing, then clearly, you know, you pass by the other locked door to go to Bowser. And this is probably your first locked door that you'll ever encounter, right? This one on top. This is supposed to catch your attention. And so you go and you defeat Bowser, and then you immediately would think, okay, I just got a key. This is clearly the door that is being unlocked by that key. And so you approach that door, and you'll get an error message, or a message from the game telling you that the key doesn't fit. Maybe you should try the basement. And then you go to the basement, and again, many people probably would have played through, you know, the first 8 stars without maybe even going to the basement, and so they might have not even seen that there was a door to the basement. And so they go to the basement, open the door, okay. And then obviously in the basement there's Bowser in the fire sea, and then you get the key from him, and that key unlocks the door upstairs. So what happens if you use glitches to bypass defeating the first Bowser and getting the key to the basement, which is possible, because there's this door outside, the little metal door in the moat that can be opened from outside with tool-assisted gameplay that you know, uses parallel universes to get Mario from a parallel universe to the moat while the water is still there into a very specific spot where he can open the door on the first frame because he doesn't know he's underwater yet. It's very complex, and you can look up the Super Mario 64 any% or 0-star tool-assisted run to see how that is done, or to see it being done, because I don't think any one of us can really understand how it is done. It is so complex. But anyway, if you do that, and you bypass the first Bowser, and you get the second key first, and so you might think, okay, will this open? Will this door open with the second key if you never gotten the key for this door? And in the files of this game, there is an error message specifically for this scenario. It says this key doesn't fit. Try the key on the try the door on the second floor. So that's very interesting that there is an unused error message for this, and for a scenario that is never supposed to happen. And so you think, okay, so the message exists. Clearly, this is what the door will call, right? I'll approach it. It will tell me the key doesn't fit. No, it doesn't do that. It tells you the key doesn't fit. Try the basement. So even though the message is there, it is unused, and it gives you the wrong message that just makes no sense within this scenario, because you are trying to unlock the basement with the wrong key, and then the door tells you this is the wrong key. Try the basement, but I'm already in the basement. So, yeah, it's very strange, right? So they went through to the trouble of having a specific error message for something that shouldn't happen, and then we found out a way to make it happen, and then the message doesn't occur. Really a comedy of errors at that point. Okay, here's a little tip. Less of a fun fact or obscure fact, rather a tip. So, you remember Mips. Mips the rabbit, you need to chase him twice in order to get the 2 stars. And Mips obviously is famously difficult to catch. Maybe he's here. Oh yeah, he is here. Okay. Okay, let me try to do this. So you need to chase Mips into the corridor with a toad. And then you need to do a very specific jump. Again, just because it is a tip, and it does make it easier, doesn't mean that I, in my current excited, nervous state, will be able to do it. So, let me just try. Okay, almost. But you saw what I was trying to do. So, you need to slide into Mips at a very specific angle. He's going to have a predictable movement. He's going to hop away from that toad at a 45-degree angle towards the center of the corridor. And so as long as you do the dive and you pass through that point, you will catch Mips. And obviously, even with all of this explanation, I still failed to do it. There. See? And that's how you catch Mips. Now I'll get it. The elusive 121st star that absolutely really exists and does unlock Luigi. Yeah, no, of course, this is not a real star. I cheated. I cheated. And every single star in the game is still yellow. So I could, if I wanted, collect every star again and have 240 stars, just like Super Mario Galaxy 2. Did you know Mips has an unused drowning animation? It's unused. Even if you do take him to the water, he will not actually do it. And there's an unused, Mips throwing animation. I made a post about that. Where I recreate it. Well, there's a cheat. There's a game card code for putting it back in the game. But essentially, Mario can dunk MIPS. So he would be able to release him at the tip of his jump. Like, right now I'm trying to do it, but Mario can't. The functionality has been taken away from him. So the only time Mario can release MIPS is on the ground, and then he will gingerly put him down like this, right? Because Mario cares about animals. But Mario hasn't always cared about animals, and so in the beta version of the game, Mario would have been able to dunk MIPS. So like at the tip of the jump, you would be able to press B, and then Mario would kind of do a little downward throw of MIPS, and then MIPS would just fall to the floor. And of course, there's tons of different things that you can do with MIPS. Obviously, you can glitch him through that one door. I'm sure everyone's seen this in some speedruns. This is one of the oldest speedrun tricks in existence, and I will not attempt to do it, but yeah, you glitch him through this floor, to this door, and then you use him to glitch through the star door, and this was used to, as the first, I think that was the first way that was possibly ever discovered in the history of the game to bypass star door requirements, and it was just the beginning, obviously, because currently the minimal amount of stars that you need to beat the game is 0. Let's go to... Here's something interesting. Look at this texture. These are actually just giant pixels. If you undo the bilinear filtering, you will see just how incredibly giant these pixels are. And the filtering is so good on the Nintendo 64. Now, obviously, I'm playing this on the Wii Virtual Console, which obviously displays it in twice the resolution. But still, you know that this is roughly how it appeared in the original. That the bilinear filtering makes it so smooth that you would just think that, oh, it's just a blurry texture. But no, these are actually giant pixels. Like this white thing over there, that's just one pixel. and not white, but, you know, light yellow. This is just one pixel. And that's why it appears like this. And, yeah, I think this is one of these things that I can possibly find a picture for and post it in the chat so that you can see. I think this deserves to be seen. It's just so incredible. No, it's not. Must have been See, it's like, I need to act like a caveman. This is my own site, and I need to use the internet search engine to find my own post that I made on my own site. And that is just unacceptable. This is why I'm making the Super Mario Bros. Database, just so this doesn't have to happen. So that I can go, I know I made this post about Super Mario 64, I go on the site, on the subcategory for Super Mario 64, on the Super Mario Bros. Database, and I know that it will be there. And that's why I will make this, and I hope all of you will find it as useful as I will. Oh, here we go. Okay. So yeah, I hope if you click the link, you'll be able to see just how huge the pixels are. yeah, Tumblr searches, unfortunately, it has never worked. I've been on Tumblr as the co-author of Super Mario Bros. Since 2012, and it hasn't worked then, and it doesn't work now. It's just, unfortunately, I'm not the kind of person who calls something bad, but it certainly isn't functional. So, I don't know who it's for, I don't know in what kind of scenarios it works. It probably works for somebody in some scenarios, and I'm very happy for the people for whom it does work, but it's never worked for me. Okay, I was trying to show you something, but I better not. I better just approach the spot and tell you about it, as I usually do. Essentially, there's one specific spot right there on the boundary that if Mario gets there, he will start rolling uncomfortably. Not uncomfortably, what's the correct word? I think I've been talking for so long and I'm starting to forget words in English. Uncontrollably, that's the word. Yes, thank you, thank you. I'm sure it's also uncomfortable for him, because the only way out of it is to press and hold left, and then what happens is that Mario will actually enter the quicksand and die. So it is quite uncomfortable, because the only way out is death. And you can't even get out of it by pressing start and choosing exit course, because you can only do this when Mario is in a specific state, which is the standing state. I'm sure there's also other states in which you can do it. Maybe the holding onto a pole state, probably. But yeah, states that count as Mario not moving, even though it doesn't actually have to do with him moving per se. It's just specific states. Animation states that he's in, and this doesn't count as it, and so you can't get out of it by exiting the course. Mario has to die. So here we have pokies. Okay, this is an extremely rare occurrence that I only know of one specific. I've only ever seen it recorded once, but this Pokey can actually approach this structure and become divided. Become divided between the upper portion being on the top floor and then the lower portions being below it, and they're not contiguous, but the Pokey still acts like a single being. So we know that Pokeys do not actually care if they're connected. If their body parts are connected, they just continue. Oh, that's interesting, right? That was interesting. I was above the quicksand and I still died. So I wonder if that has to do with remote quicksand death. Which is another thing. I can show you remote quicksand death. That's not so difficult that I can't do it on stream. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if I can do this again. Yeah, okay. So I'll probably have to look into it. Just what exactly matters here. But that's quite interesting. But now let me show you remote quicksand death. Remote quicksand death is a classic. It's happened to most speedrunners at some point. Not in the way I'll show. I did this to myself. I knew that. Now I can't. Oh. Okay, now I have to be extra careful. Careful about not going above any quicksand. Okay. And it does work for this quicksand as well. Okay, great. So now I know that this is definitely a case of remote quicksand death. Because now it's, yeah, okay, that's great. So that means that the debug state is a state that activates remote quicksand death, because before that I only knew of 2 different states in which it is activated, which is the punching state and the recoil from being hit state. So this is very interesting. I'm learning so much tonight. Which means that, wait a second. Try to figure out a way into the pyramid. Go over Let me demonstrate you the remote quicksand death, and not in the way with the debug mode, but the way you would actually experience it with regular gameplay. So, if you punch above quicksand, Mario will die, no matter how far away, how far above he is over the quicksand. So let me just, like, every single time Mario punches, he takes a step forward, which is also very interesting for the no joystick challenge. We're all familiar with the A button challenge, but there's also similar challenges for other things. You know, no B button, no joystick, no no camera movement. But the no joystick challenge heavily relies on Mario actually taking a step forward without you tilting the joystick whenever you press B to punch. And so that can make him go very, very slowly without ever touching it. And so I can do this, and then on the final punch, he will die. See? That's remote quicksand death. But that's not how it usually happens to speedrunners. And I will probably not be able to show you how it happens to speedrunners, but I can, again, just go to the place where it would happen. So, just go to the maze. You can go above the grid. Okay. So, normally you would... So this is normally you would try to, you know, kind of do a shortcut across this maze by doing long jumps. And so what happens is if you bonk into one of these tox boxes during a long jump, and you're not actually above the maze, the little stones that make up the lodge, make up the maze, but rather above the quicksand, then you will experience remote quicksand death. And this is what happens to speedrunners a lot. So if you watch, you know, like clip compilations of Super Mario 64 speedrunners, you will see this happen over and over and over again. You know, just somebody trying to do this, and then bonking into a tox box, and then dying. Like, ignore that, please. Okay, what else? Shifting Sandland is one of my favorite levels in this game. Horses in this game, I'm very particular. You know, one of the reasons I'm particular about these words is because Mario games taught me to be particular. If you've played Super Mario Maker 2, that is the Yamamura lesson. So Yamamura the pigeon and his assistant, the human Nina, right? That's her name. Because he has had 2 human female assistants, Mary O or Mashiko in the British version, in Super Mario Maker, and then Nina in the sequel in Super Mario Maker 2. And so Yamamura, at one point during the lessons, and the lessons are very extensive, so I will absolutely not fault anybody who just completely skipped over them, because nobody, or very few people have the kind of time as I do to just look through all of this and try to read all of the text and so on. And so all of these lessons, during one of the lessons, Nina calls a course, which is what that game calls levels. She calls it a level, and then Yamamura says, course. He corrects her. And to me, this is like, okay, if Nintendo put this into their game, if Nintendo put a character correcting another character about the proper nomenclature of calling levels courses, then this is probably what they expect the players to do too. So as a player who respects Nintendo's decisions, it is also my duty to correctly call them courses instead of levels. The one thing that I don't understand is why they're not called levels. I mean, why not? Is there some sort of baggage attached to the word level that I'm unaware of? Because the word level is used so much more widely in game development than course. Courses is specifically well, first off, it's kind of more prevalent in Japanese from what I know, but right now, in this pause screen, you can see Course 8, Shifting Sandland. It's used in this game as well, but not all Mario games also use the word course. Some of them use level, some of them use world. For example, Super Mario Brothers uses world. And so, but Nintendo just knows that level is how people call them, and so it is very strange to me that that they decided to go with the less common word. So yeah, if anybody has any sort of theory as to why they're so insistent on them being called courses instead of levels, please let me know. That's an extremely interesting idea from viewer Chibi Yui. Maybe level would imply that the levels get harder, but courses aren't necessarily different in difficulty. That's great. I mean, the fact that courses are something that you choose the difficulty of yourself by setting it in your search settings. In Super Mario Maker and Super Mario Maker 2, well, levels are something that are in a game that is provided to you by Nintendo in a finished state, and so they do progress in difficulty. And yeah, the word level implies a difficulty level. Yeah, that's a very interesting theory. Thank you. Viewer DI Mentino asks, how did you get that 121st star cheating? I'm terribly sorry. I had to cheat for this stream, and so that's not a legitimate star. Terribly sorry. Sorry, I'm just reading through the interesting comments on the theories about courses. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of very interesting theories. Very interesting. I'm so glad that I decided to ask you this question, and I hope it's okay if I just keep asking questions like that from my viewers, because it's so interesting to hear your opinions, like insight about these things in real time. Okay, yeah, viewer Carolyn Violet asks iRock Facts. Yes, iRock Facts, definitely iRock Facts. That's the next thing that we're going to do. Though I have no idea how we're getting up to iRock if we're going to be subject to my quicksand death. Okay, so this quicksand is not actually... right? Yeah, so as long as I'm just above the very edge of the quicksand, I should be fine. Okay, let's go down to iRock. Did you know, this is very basic, but did you know this texture says ET on it? This is, I mean, it could be a coincidence, but to me it looks very clearly like they just spelled out ET with the Latin alphabet. Which of course implies that aliens built the pyramids, which is a common kind of theory. Oh, by the way, before or maybe after this, okay, so iRock. I don't think I'm going to... Are you seeing this? That's Z-fighting on iRock. So for those of you who don't know, Z-fighting is the phenomenon in 3D graphics where two objects are so close to each other, or they overlap each other in 3D space to such a degree that the game is not completely certain about which one of them should be rendered above the other. So they occupy the same coordinates, but you know, one of them needs to be rendered, right? And which one should it be if they both occupy the same coordinates? And so the textures kind of start flickering, and that's what's happening here. And that's because the ends of the hands of IROC are overlapping here in the middle. And that's why it's happening. That's interesting. I've never noticed this on original hardware. I wonder if this is something that even exists on original hardware, or that this is something a Wii Virtual Console specific. So I will not actually be waking up IROC because I'm not, you know, I'm here on explanation business, not on fighting business. So I'm just going to tell you that when IROC wakes up, IROC is inside a specific animation of pounding the ground before they can actually talk to Mario. And the reason why the animation is even there and the talking isn't immediate is because talking in this game is never immediate. Entities in this game can only talk to Mario when Mario is standing on the ground for more than one frame. And this is obviously also the reason for many other glitches. I don't know if I'll get to any of them today, but definitely some other time. But essentially, if Mario is standing on the ground for 2 frames, then people can talk to him. And the text box actually has a chance to appear. And so before the text box has a chance to appear, if Mario is in mid-air, if he's stuck in some sort of a state in which he's not actually on the ground, then IROC will just keep doing that animation. And the thing about that animation is that it actually hurts Mario. So it is possible to perform a very specific jump after waking up IROC and... Oh. Well, see, this isn't supposed to happen. I'm in mid-air and they're talking to me. I'm imagining that this is what I was talking about. This animation. So as you can see, this all happened completely out of order. This wasn't supposed to happen this way, and I am sure that this is because of the debug mode that I used. So yes, this is what I was talking about with actually getting to the touching IROC during that animation without activating the text will cause that to happen. So IROC will just kill Mario without any way of escaping. It's just an extremely quick kill 3 times, and Mario cannot do anything against it. But I think there's more things in there that I wanted to show. So, so for example, it is possible to, you know, every time you defeat a Goomba, you see, did you see how high the coin bounced? It was pretty high. And so, as you know, if you collect 100 coins, the 100 coin star will appear some distance above the last coin you collected. So imagine this for a second. You defeat the Goomba, and the coin is tossed high into the air, like at the top of Mario's jump. And then Mario grabs it at the top of his jump, and then the star will appear inside the ceiling. And that's it. You can't get the star on this visit to the level. You just forfeited the star, and all your work was for naught. And this is really, I think this is what inspired the developers of Super Mario Sunshine to specifically avoid this by having the shine, first of the 100 coin shines have specific spawn positions. Even for missions in which you're not supposed to collect 100 coins, they still have specific spawn positions just as a failsafe. But the thing about like the shines actually spawning above something or dynamically depending on the position of an object, it still happens with the Shadow Mario shines. So in every level you actually fight Shadow Mario as the 7th mission, or chase him down rather, not fight. And when you actually finish hosing him off, with your flood, then he will admit defeat, and a shine will spawn in his place, and the shine will begin going upwards as though they're doing the same thing as here with the 100-point star, except it will then actually go down to the level on which Shadow Mario himself was. So it's like a little bit of a fake out. It goes up into the air and then it goes back down to the specific point where Shadow Mario himself was. And that is the point at which it gains collision and you can collect it. So they thought, okay, so if Shadow Mario was in that spot, clearly that spot was physically reachable, which means the player should also physically be able to reach it. And so this would avoid this issue that I talked about with the star being stuck in the ceiling. So it does avoid that. However, sometimes, and I have made a post about that as well in the past, maybe even several posts, about it happening in different places. But sometimes, if Shadow Mario is defeated in a very, very unfortunate spot, Mario might actually, if it's the ledge, the edge between two different floor polygons, Mario's position slightly changes when he grabs a shine, and it could happen that he takes a step from one polygon towards the other, but since his position is put down on like a fraction of a unit, he will take a step and then end up below the other polygon, which makes him end up on the death barrier underneath the course, and so he will actually get the shine while on the death barrier, and he will die while getting the shine, and that's very entertaining. Which is also something that Super Mario 64 completely avoids, because Mario is immune to death while getting a star. Mario is immune to death while getting a star. There's only one way to die while getting a star, which is specifically. Well, why did I have to open my mouth when I didn't know how I was going to end the sentence? I know that there's one specific way, but I forget what it is. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Well, just my fact for today is there is a way. I don't know what it is. I don't remember. I've made a post about it, but I don't remember. But there is a way. Okay, what else is there? The thing about remote quicksand death is that it has no effective range. So if you get up there, I don't think I can get up there because there's so much quicksand, but if you get up there all the way to that ledge, and then you do a punch from there above the quicksand, you will experience remote quicksand quicksand death from all the way up there. That's how remote it is. It's truly remote. Here's obviously something that is probably very self-evident, but there's no way to get back. So there's no loading zone here. Even if you were, and some people were actually able to get here with wall jumps. Even if you can, there's nothing. You can't get out of it. And even dying obviously doesn't actually make you exit the pyramid. So let me just die for a second. I mean, I did this before, but I'm just showing it off again. If you die and then re-enter the painting, you will still be in the pyramid. So the only way to exit the pyramid is to actually get a star from, get a star from within the pyramid. And the same kind of one-way entrance also goes for the volcano in Lethal Lava Land, though I've never actually seen anybody getting up to the top of the volcano with wall jumps, although obviously if anybody can do it, it's probably Panda 2012 with the bully battery. This is one of those things that is still blowing my mind. If you've ever seen the video about the bully battery, which is where bullies are being used with the parallel universe movement, and they assume this kind of movement that is completely unlike anything else that exists in that game, that is insane. I had no words when I was watching it for the first time. It was like, usually, obviously, I'm not an expert in any of this, and I can only follow the broad strokes of whatever Panicle 2012 is talking about in his videos. But I can still follow the broad strokes. With the bully battery, it was the first time where the sheer mathematics behind the... Oh, I wonder if I'll experience remote lava effects here. No. Okay. No remote lava effect, just remote quicksand. Okay, interesting. One of the sides of this thing is different from the others. As again, just Panicle. Yes, great. I'm a great Super Mario 64 player. Yes. You've seen it. Mario clipped a little bit through that thing in the middle. That rock. Because one of the sides of the rock is different from the other sides and you can pass through it. So, even though I died, I was still able to show you what I was going to show you. I just noticed I have 87 lives. I've died 13 times so far because I started the stream by talking to Yoshi and let him give me 100 lives, and I've already wasted 13 of them. What an absolute disgrace. There is an oversight in one of these textures. Unless I'm thinking about the... Oh, there it is. There it is. Mario's standing right next to it. Are you seeing it? It's a square. It's an orange square right next to Bowser's foot. Now Mario's on it. Now Mario's next to it. Yeah, okay. There are specific circumstances that they still have not researched under which you can get only the eye of these Mr. Eyes to spawn. This is again on my list of things to research, because there is a very old Panenkoic video about this as well, but I think this was way before he started being able to look as deeply into the actual underlying reasons for all of these oversights as he can now, and I am not sure if he ever actually did a follow-up on this, so this is something that I would definitely want to research myself in case he hasn't done it already. There's something here that I think is only there in the Japanese version. So essentially, if you perform a very specific ground pound onto the space between this little wedge-shaped thing and the wall, the Mario will get stuck. Yeah, exactly. This just isn't working. But in the Japanese version, it does work. Maybe I needed to do it in a very specific place as well. But I also did a post about that as well. I was able to reproduce it myself. And this is obviously the North American Wii Virtual Console version, so I wouldn't be able to do it. I just would like to ask the viewers, are you getting tired yet? Because I'm not getting tired. I'll hydrate a little more if possible. Where's my other water? Definitely had 2 waters. Thank you so much for all of your kind comment. Thank you so much. Yes. I am European and I am in Germany, and it is currently 1:22 a.m. But you also need to know that this is my full-time job, and so for my full-time job, I'll do everything. And I'll do everything for you because you are the ones, you, my readers, were the ones who have allowed me to do this. And so I do not care how late it is. All I care about is whether I am physically able to do my job. Viewer Fudge says you still need to sleep to be able to do your job later. Well, I'll sleep when I need to. It just that since this is my job, I can choose when I sleep, right? So as long as I am not tired currently, I think I'll just be able to go until I become tired, which was my point. Basically, my point is that now that I have no other responsibilities, which of course is unfortunate because my responsibilities were my family, and now that my family is gone, I have nowhere to go. I have nowhere to go and nothing else to do, and so I can make my own hours. Viewer IO Let's Go says, will you get an Alarmo, bro? I think that would be a misuse of my patrons' money. These things are very expensive, and I can use a smartphone that I already have as an alarm clock just fine. I don't think I need an expensive Nintendo branded alarm clock that I am not quite even sure I can make any posts about. I don't think I can extricate any information about it that wouldn't already be available freely on the internet. If I am in any way able to figure out how I can buy an alarm and actually turn it into content, then I will make a poll asking my patrons if they would be okay with me using their money on this. But as long as I'm not even aware of such a thing, in fact, I'll give you something. I'll give you a scenario in which I think I would definitely make a poll and then ask my patrons if I should buy it, because there's one object that I know I would be able to do something interesting with if I ever saw it for sale. The problem is I've never seen it for sale. It is so rare that I've actually made a post saying that I wasn't even sure that it ever existed. Now, luckily, I was able to find somebody who does have a physical, actually proof that the object exists, but I've never seen it for sale. So what is the object? It's the officially licensed Super Mario World knife. And I've always wanted to see it in person, because it is the only object that I know of that is officially licensed Mario object that could be used as a weapon. And my plan would be that if I saw it for sale, I would ask my patrons if I should buy it, because what I would like to know is how sharp it is. It's just like, to what degree can the Mario World knife be used to injure a person? Right? Because I think that is something everybody would want to know. Right? Just how deadly, how dangerous is the Mario World knife? Is it possible to truly injure somebody? Or is it just a little bit dangerous, or is it very, very dull, and it can only be used in the most mundane of tasks? So yeah, I think that would be interesting enough to actually be a good use of your money, but not the Alarmo. I hope you understand. Viewer IO Let's Go says, if you ever get a knife, please do a cooking stream. I might. I absolutely. I mean, I would also love to see how well it performs actually cooking. I love radishes. Here's a little cooking, or I guess it's not really cooking, food tip. If you have radishes, you can cut off parts of them to make them look like super mushrooms from Super Mario Brothers. Because, you know, radishes are red on the outside and white on the inside, so if you just cut off these little circular pieces, it just makes these white spots on them, so they look like super mushrooms. And that's a cute way to serve food to your guests or children or something. So I could do that with the Super Mario World knife. I think that's just the most appropriate thing to do with it, is just make Mario food with it. In fact, when the original author and I love radishes so much, they're my favorite vegetable, that when we were considering icons, that we were considering icons for ourselves, we actually made original icons based on the carrot, and mine was the radish. And in fact, there is a secret blog. It's a secret blog I have for contacting people privately on Tumblr, where if you ever get contacted by it, it just starts off with, hello, this is the author of Super Mario Bros. And this is my private blog, sorry for contacting this like this. And that has the radish icon. So very, very few people out there can say that they've ever been contacted by that, yeah, and have ever seen the radish in person. Unless I've actually just posted the radish at some point somewhere when somebody asked me about it. So maybe you've seen the radish, but you've definitely never seen the radish in action. And there's also one that belonged to the original author, which is a pumpkin. Which I don't think was ever used anywhere, so good luck finding that one as well. And they're both completely in the style of the carrot. Like, if you saw them, you'd immediately know who it is, because it's just so much in the style of the carrot. Both the pumpkin and the radish, you see them, you know immediately who it is. So yeah, I hope that if I ever... Oh, here's another consequence of my cheating, that this door just wasn't open. Plus it wasn't even going in here. What? This... Oh no. Is he stuck? Oh, he's stuck! Look at this, this shouldn't be happening. This is absolutely... This is just cheating. This... He's stuck! He's stuck! Door stuck! Oh, no! This is awful! I'll have to reset. Okay.
It's me, Mario. Hello.
Okay. Okay. Am I still? Okay, good. Now that was absolutely not intentional, and I had no idea that the debug mode would cause something like this to happen. So. Anyway, what I was going to say is that I hope that if I do ever find a knife, that there will be enough interest in me acquiring it for these purposes, and hopefully I will be able to extract enough value out of it for my readers. Okay, so I was going to Hazy Maze Cave. Viewer Basilio Tornado says, I think it might be the cheated stars and not the debug mode. That's interesting. So you think that just the fact that I have over 120 stars would cause this to happen? Because if so, that is very interesting. I would definitely need to try that out in a different scenario without the debug mode. Because there's also obviously other ways of cheating in stars. In Super Mario 64 DS... Oh! Thanks, Mario. I was going to say something interesting about that room. Well, let me just die for a second. Let die to a scuttlebug. It's only appropriate. Take me to a misaligned QPU scuttlebug. Have you ever noticed that the eyes on the scuttlebugs are misaligned as well? Which is very appropriate given how they're associated with misaligned QPUs. But I'm too far away from it. Let's see. Can I get closer to it without alerting? Are you seeing it? Okay. There was... hopefully you saw it for a brief second. That the shines, the specular highlights on the eyes are misaligned. One of them is on top and the other one is on the bottom. And so, now this hasn't been confirmed. This hasn't been confirmed by the developers or anything, because who would ever waste their time asking the developers about small little things like that? But my theory, and I hope that this is a plausible theory, is that the highlights were supposed to be mirrored horizontally. You know, that it's supposed to be that one of them is hitting the eye from the top right and the other one is from the top left, and that would make sense. And I think that there was just a little swap of the values, that instead of swapping it along one axis, they just swapped it along the other, mirroring it vertically instead of horizontally, because it just makes no sense. It makes no logical sense for a specular highlight to come from below. So yeah, I'm looking at this right now, so obviously you know what kind of texture it is. It's the texture of Metal Mario, and you probably know that Metal Mario's texture is just flowers. So it's taken from one of these texture libraries, and it's flowers. It's flowers in a garden in front of a house, and that's so cute, isn't it? That every single time you see Metal Mario, he's reflecting a garden with flowers in it, these pink flowers. If somebody in the audience doesn't know the flower image, I can also post it if you'd like. But I'm sure most of you would have seen it by this point. Let's go says my friend actually found a Metal Mario texture. Oh, really? Oh, that's great. That's amazing. I mean, one of my favorite discoveries about Super Mario 64, I must say, because it is just so interesting, because in-game you can never tell that these are flowers, but once you realize it, it's I don't want to say appropriate, but it's certainly, it feels whimsical and magical. That, you know, Mario becomes metallic, and instead of reflecting his surroundings, he's reflecting this otherworldly, and literally otherworldly, because he's reflecting a scene from the real world, otherworldly scene of flowers. Okay, so the reason why I'm looking at this is not because of the flowers, because I'm sure most of you know about the flowers. No, it's because in Super Mario 64 DS, there's this very elaborate, also tool-assisted way of getting Yoshi underneath this entrance. So what happens if Yoshi... because there's water, apparently, underneath it in the Super Mario 64 DS version. I'm pretty sure there is no water here in Super Mario 64. But in Super Mario 64 DS, there's water underneath, and if Yoshi is able to get into that water and then drown. Yoshi has a drowning animation, which his body will slowly float to the surface, and all of these drowning animations are just so unnecessarily realistic, right? It's just, oh, well, real drowned corpses float to the surface of the water. Why don't we do that with this cartoon dinosaur in our children's game? But anyway, Yoshi's body will float to the surface of the water, and what that will cause is him entering this entrance, this Hazy Maze Cave entrance metal pool from below. And you might think, well, that should probably do nothing, right? Like, entering it from below probably activates the exact same kind of loading zone as entering it from above. But no, surprisingly, it activates a failsafe that shows a Bowser, an unused Bowser-themed course entry screen. It has like a Bowser head, kind of like the one with the sideways Bowser head, the one that you see on Bowser's sub, but it's in the style of the course Mario head. It's like a wooden texture, and for years, for decades, it has been just presumed unused. And I made a post about it, obviously, many years ago, that, oh, this is an unused Bowser course entry screen from Super Mario 64 DS. Probably it was intended to be used for the Bowser courses. But the Bowser courses, just like in the original Super Mario 64 DS, do not actually have a course entry screen. They just put you directly into the course. And so what happens is apparently it's a failsafe for this situation, for Yoshi activating the Hazy Maze Cave entrance from the wrong end after dying from drowning. And that is the place where it appears. It's just so mind-blowing. What causes this to happen? Yeah, so let's go back in. Yes, Wario's, I'm replying to his message by viewer Christmas95. Doesn't Wario's body also float up? Yes, it also does, but for some reason, I think Yoshi is necessary to reach that water because he can float, and Wario is just awful to reach anything in that game because of his very low jumps. So if you need to jump anywhere, Wario is just your last choice. And given the fact that this is a platformer, that is not a good look for Wario. So this one wall is actually solid only from the other side. Even though it's also visible from this side, it's solid only from the other side. And so it is possible to do a long jump and just clip through this wall from this side. I'll try it, I'll fail, but I'll try it for the entertainment of my viewers. No, it just pushed me to the side. It needed to be more to the right. To actually pass through it. Come on, Mario. I've been your friend for so many years. Work with me. No. That is... Every single time this happens just makes me look like more and more of a liar. Every time. Super Mario Bros. Lying to his audience. Please. That was clipping, right? Like, I'll let you judge. Was that clipping? I think it was clipping, right? Well, what do you think? Did he clip? Okay, good. Okay. I've been vindicated. Thank you. This is just so nerve-wracking, really, every time. I don't actually know where I'm going, but... Oh, here's something very, very interesting. Let me just go back to the room right now. Now, I don't know any Japanese, but I can read the Super Mario Wiki, which tells me the translations of things from Japanese. So, the Japanese name for this level, for Hazy Maze Cave, this course, Hazy Maze Cave, translates to the cave disappearing into darkness And first off, that is such a great name, right? It's so evocative, because in every room, right, the top of the room is literally disappears into darkness with this gradient, and you just like this could be in just a straight up fantasy story, right? It doesn't have to be Mario related. It's just a great name for a cavern anywhere, and so the reason why it's disappearing into darkness isn't just because, okay, well, the ceilings are dark, the black, but because there's no ceiling. Certainly not in every room, and I'll show you how exactly this is relevant. So, now obviously, it's not very relevant now because I have debug mode that lets me go over ceilings anyway, but trust me that there is no ceiling here, and it's actually possible to go over the ceiling at some specific point. That's great. That's great. Thanks, Lakitu. I really appreciate. So basically, somewhere here, there's no ceiling, and you've seen it in these. Okay. Well, certainly something isn't adding up. Okay, I'll have to find my post about it. I'll have to find my post about it because now I'll just look like a fool. Not that I haven't been looking like a fool all night, but I'll have to find the post so that you have to believe me. Okay, I found it. Here's the post. Yes, exactly. I didn't see it because I was looking for the post, but viewer DJ Baphomet says the lack of a ceiling is actually important for getting the Dory star in the stage and speedrun. So you can jump off the star block to get over the wall and land straight on the star down below. That is exactly what the post is showing. That there is no ceiling. Because you can do exactly that thing, and so and so that's I find it very interesting how both the lore, the in-universe name for it is referencing this, and there's also a gameplay reason for it that there's no ceilings. I think that's really nice. Okay. There's probably also more stuff in probably. Why am I saying probably? There's definitely more stuff in Hazy Maze Cave as well, but we'll just visit each level briefly, and we'll go more in depth the next time because I'll also have my ability to show you my posts on stream and switch between emulators and all of these other things that will make it much more easy to talk about more complex topics. About the Boo. So this Boo looks at Mario normally, right? But if I go here and did you hear that? Did you hear that on the stream? That the Boo got scared even though I wasn't in that room. And so let's look at what happened to the Boo. Yeah, the Boo got scared. And now look what happens to the Boo. Out of bounds. Out of boo-ounds, I would say. But this is not all that you can do with the Boo. There's another thing that you can do. Oh, that was the wrong way to reset. I needed to go to upstairs and then downstairs. Okay. I just noticed a comment. Viewer Dandy Jack TV says, I used to think beating the boo to the end of the hallway would yield me a reward. Me too. I think this was a common kind of playground rumor about Super Mario 64 back in the day that... oh no, let's look at the boo first. Let's look at the boo first to make sure he's actually there before I do anything. Okay. Now, let's do the same thing on the other side, in the cool mountain room. I don't think there will be... Oh, yeah, there is a sound. Okay, there is a sound here too, but I think the result is different. No, it isn't. Then the result... It was something more specific than that. Oh, no, it is! Look! He's positioned differently behind the door. And that depends entirely on which room you scare him from. So yeah, this is another one of these things that I've never seen any Super Mario 64 expert really try to analyze in depth. That what exactly kind of behavior in the code causes the boo to do all this. Let's go to this. Yeah, so here's something that I'm very not proud about. You could say this is my greatest shame about Super Mario 64. So. But, you know, this isn't all just fun and games. This is also about admitting my mistakes. So we all know what driver. And we all know the negative emotional aura and everything. We all know this background. And yes, exactly. The viewer Mishuk9 says the accidental misinfo about Casares. Yes, essentially, I found that the city of Casares in Spain has very similar buildings to this one. Very, very similar. I found a photo that looks almost like this one. And I thought, there's no way there could be any different city, right? What are the chances of there being two cities and one of them looks almost like this? And it's like, it was so plausible to believe that it was just that city, and it had these exact windows and everything, and this exact arrangement and everything. But there will be so many, there will be more than one city that looks like this. But now, it was not Casares in Spain. It was actually a city in Yemen, which was called Shibam. Shibam in Yemen. Which for some reason, despite being in a completely different country, on a completely different continent, looks almost the same, and it was actually the source for the same. How could they have known? I mean, how could they have known? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It looked so plausible. It looked so completely logical to make that kind of conclusion, but it was not. Yeah, and to this day, I still see sometimes that some people would still bring up my post or say it was a mistake. Somebody else would have to correct them. All he can say is stuff like that doesn't happen very often. It's really the only case of such accidental misinformation being spread by one of my posts. absolutely what are the chances that there would be two cities in completely different places looking so similar? Okay, well, back to fun facts. If you perform a jump onto this ledge at a very specific angle, this one, the one that goes slightly down, Mario will vibrate all the way through and land inside the entrance to the downtown area. I have no idea. It took me a very long time to figure yeah, it has to be very specific, and I don't even remember what the only has to have a lot of momentum going towards the goal area, but essentially, yeah, he will vibrate all the way through. I think this is one of those things that deserves you to see it actually in action, because just talking about it doesn't do it justice. I can say vibrate all day long and you won't be able to know what I mean by vibrate, but he really does vibrate. So let me just find it. Okay, this is another thing that apparently Mario can pick these up. These are heave-hoes. Oh yeah, here's a really... no, first this. So heave-hoes can be picked up if Mario picks them up while the water is aligned with them. The water level is aligned, except that there is no real plausible way for a normal player to get over here while the water is rising or falling specifically, because, you know, all of the water taps are too far away for this to happen. But obviously, with glitches and exploits and such, you can do this, and then Mario can just carry a heave-ho around. Not that it does anything, but it's just interesting. But here's another fun fact about a heave-ho, is that they have a picture of Bowser doing a thumbs up on their sides. You can see it. Oh no, it's approaching it. Okay, yeah, when it stops, look. See? It says Koopa, and he's doing a thumbs up, and he has human teeth for some reason, instead of shark teeth. Yeah, I hope you were able to see it. It is also the kind of human teeth he has when he becomes Wookiee in Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. Maybe some of you might remember my post about my experiences with Mario, where I was completely bamboozled by Rookie's existence and by his green eyes. I thought, no way that's Bowser. He has green eyes. I mean, he's wearing like a mask because now he's a thief, because now he's an apprentice to Popple. But the mask wouldn't turn his eyes green, right? And neither would Amnesia turn his eyes green from being bonked on the head. So these are the only two things that happen to him. He gets bonked on the head, and then he wears a mask. How would that turn his eyes green, right? It just doesn't make any sense. And I thought this was some sort of hint for people like me who are observant and everything. And then no, it's Bowser. It's Bowser. I got tricked. And in the Japanese version, his eyes don't even turn green. So they just removed it. So apparently it was an oversight. I got tricked by what was perhaps not even intentional. And it would be so interesting. It would be so fitting for the mood of the game and for the lore to have it be not Bowser, right? I mean, this happens a lot of the cartoons like SpongeBob or something, where it looks like a character who's clearly SpongeBob wearing a disguise, right? And he appears from somewhere, and turns out it's actually not SpongeBob in a disguise. It's actually a character who looks just like SpongeBob but isn't. And to me, it would have been so fitting for the game's tone for it to have been not Bowser, but somebody who looks almost exactly like Bowser, but with green eyes, right? Because the theme of the game is laughter. The theme of the game is humor. It's not just because it is humorous, but because that is literally the game's theme. It's in the names are named after laughter, and the design of the environments and everything is named after laughter. What is more humorous than that? Just a fake second Bowser, just a completely unrelated character who happens to look exactly like Bowser. But that's just my theory. That's just my suggestion. That would have been nice. That I'm not Nintendo and I've never made a game before, so what do I know? Viewer Christmas95 says, I'm still waiting for them to bring Bowser's brother into the spotlight. Yeah, that's another thing. Bowser's brother was a character from... one second. Let me try to show this to you, because I'm about to talk, and then Mario will fall asleep, and then... Sorry, I'm just waiting for the perfect... Okay. Unless the Skeeter gets aggressive and tries to hit me, Mario should fall asleep. No, wait. I don't think he'll fall asleep because he's not... He's with the back to the wall. I think he should turn sideways. Let's see if he falls asleep like this, because if he does, he will be almost underwater when he falls asleep. So that's very interesting. Viewer All Mashed Up says he can also sleep in lava if you're right at the edge. Yes, I know, I've made a post about that as well. Because the lava inside the volcano in Lethal Lava Land is actually not visually aligned with its own hitbox. So the lava outside, the lava in Lethal Lava Land proper, the main area, is aligned visually with its hitbox. Oh, okay, he's falling asleep. But the lava inside the volcano is visually slightly above the hitbox. So you can enter it a little bit without getting hurt. But you cannot do that with the main area lava, because it hits you the second you touch it. Viewer Space Funeral says, I love how sad Skeeters look in this game, they're adorable. There is this one Skeeter, I've made a post about that before, in the development files for the game, an early version of the Skeeter that doesn't have any textures or colors except for the sad eyes. It's completely black and only has the sad eyes. Just it looks like a silhouette with sad eyes. It's so... I should probably show it to you. Here it is. Yeah, so Mario is almost drowning, but when the water is down, he can breathe through one nostril. When it's in its lowest level, he can... Just one nostril is above the water, that's enough for him. Brother. Oh yes, thank you very much. Orange Beam was Bowser's brother. Bowser's brother was a character who appeared in the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2, and internationally Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, and he appears in level 8-4. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I do not know offhand which level he appears, but. Bowser's brother is essentially Blue Bowser, and he has the same behavior as Bowser, and they just made him blue because they wanted to explain why there's two Bowsers at one level, even though they already had fake Bowsers in the same game, as in enemies disguised as Bowser, which are revealed as their true selves when you defeat them with fireballs. So why not just put a fake Bowser before the real Bowser? But no, they just decided that Bowser's brother should be a character, and obviously Bowser's brother never returned. But that doesn't keep people on the internet from making fan art of him and theories about how games would be like if he ever returned. And you know, Nintendo really likes bringing back old characters nowadays. In Super Mario Odyssey had the big return of Pauline. I mean, Pauline has been around all this time, but that was really the big return to put her into the limelight back, because before that she was only in the Mario vs. Donkey Kong games. And now the Super Mario Bros. Movie was a return of Spike. Now, Spike was really a character who hasn't been back for many decades, and so why not Bowser's brother? Or maybe Super Mario Odyssey 2, whatever the next big 3D Mario game will be, maybe that will have Bowser's brother. I would welcome it. Viewer All Meshed Up says, could have used him instead of Imposter Bowser in Mario Party Jamboree. Yes, that would be a great idea. I've seen a fan art of the Imposter Mario, which is just a gray Mario essentially, a grayish kind of steel gray Mario, saying, "Oh, it's me, a fake Mario," and then he just pans over to all of the fake Marios that have existed up to this point, you know, Shadow Mario, Cosmic Mario, and a bunch of other things that, unfortunately, my mind is just too scattered at this point. But there's been very, very many fake Mario characters over the years, and it's very strange that they just decided to come up with something completely different this time. And these imposter characters, I don't think they look as visually interesting as something that was created directly by Kamek could look. Because I would imagine something created by Kamek would probably have the Kamek's little PlayStation symbol, magic symbols, would on its design. So if you, for example, asked me to design a fake Mario created by Kamek for my Paper Luigi and the Marvelous Compass comic, then that's how I would design it. I would design a Mario that has a subtle kind of triangle, square, circle design on his clothes somewhere. And, you know, just stuff like that. And oh, did you see that? It ignored me for this long and then just decided to attack me. I really just thought that, okay, I guess the fact that the slope is there, the ramp is there, is preventing it from even reaching me in the first place. But no, it was just waiting. It was just biding its time. Incredible. And it would have taken it this long. I mean, maybe this is a rare event, right? I mean, like, we might have not seen the extremely rare Falling Goomba event, but we had the extremely rare aggressive Skeeter event. And this is obviously me making a joke. I don't think that's a rare event, but would be interesting if it were. Okay, what else do we have here? I know obviously we have the downtown area. Has there ever been anybody who has done this star the correct way after the first playthrough? Because this is just so, in the grand scheme of things, so meaningless. Because, first off, you can just skip these platforms by doing a long jump, right? But that's not all, because one of these crystal taps, the water change devices, just puts the water all the way up to directly below the block with the star, right? So this is what I usually use to get the star. Just put the water up to the block with the star, and then you can just jump up out of the water, grab the block, grab the star. That's all. So it seems very unnecessary to have these platforms there in the first place, but I do appreciate the fact that they had a completely new asset made for them. Okay, well, I should probably completely drain the water in order to go to... Or maybe not. If you've played b3313, I think it's impossible to go to the downtown area without thinking of it. It has the way it is presented in so many iterations, in so many different forms, and with so many different contexts in b3313 has just completely supplanted its original appearance in my mind. Because that game just does so much more with it than Super Mario 64. And of course Super Mario 64 is the one we need to thank for it existing. It gave us the mystery. But Super Mario 64 does not elaborate on the mystery of this location. We just know it's there and it's mysterious, but we have to just figure it out ourselves, what the point is. But b3313 just goes so much further. And again, I hope that maybe I've made even one person watching potentially interested in trying out b3313. Here's an interesting question from viewer Greg. Broth, were you happy to find the pullable radishes in Brothership? Yes, that was very interesting. So first off, obviously, you know, there's radishes. I like those. And there's these radishes that talk to you. The grandpa radishes. And obviously, I'm not through the game yet. I haven't finished it, so I haven't found all of them yet. I do not know what is at the end of the quest of finding them all, but they have been very funny so far. But it is also clear when you listen to their dialogue that it was all originally written in Japanese. So the localizers obviously did their best to try to localize the Japanese humor, but something about the fact that at the end of every dialogue, the Grandpa Radish just... there's some wind blowing, and then he says, "Heard that one already?" It doesn't seem like that's a... Like it seems like it's referencing something that was probably way funnier in Japanese. That's just what it seems like to me. Like it's still funny. I'm not saying it's not funny. I'm just saying it seems like it's referencing something even funnier. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about these doors. So these doors are very interesting because in The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, the Forest Temple has very similar doors. And now you might think, okay, similar doors. You know, similar doors exist in real life as well, but and also the ones in the Forest Temple are much more decorated. So they have like the colorful sections here in the middle instead of this. This is just supposed to be, I guess, regular glass, I guess. But they have these colorful sections in the middle, and you might think, okay, well that's certainly interesting, an interesting coincidence. But why should this matter? Because the wood grain on the doors actually matches up perfectly. So clearly these doors are just the doors from Ocarina of Time are just more elaborate or later versions of the same asset as the ones from Super Mario 64, and that's interesting by itself, right? But there's also other things that Ocarina of Time reuses from Super Mario 64. For example, the L is real plaque appears in Dodongo's Cavern. which I think everybody who's played that game will have noticed that, you know, you just go through Dodongo's cavern and at one point it's like, oh, is Luigi here? No, Luigi isn't here. And then you actually get to read the plaque, and then it says, giant dead Dodongo, when he sees red, a new way will be open. Yeah, something like that. As viewer Mishuk9 says, giant dead Dodongo sleeps here. So essentially, it talks about the giant dead Dodongo. And to me, it just seems like, oh, are they implying that that's what the plaque in Super Mario 64 also says? So if we could read it in Super Mario 64, would it also talk about the Dodongo? Wouldn't that be interesting? But no. The reason I'm bringing this up in the doors isn't just because, oh, well, that's a reused asset, but have you ever, have you known, did you know that the internal name for this area, for Wet Dry World, is ZLD City? That's right, Zelda City. And that's the internal name for Super Mario 64, so they had Zelda in mind when they made this area for Super Mario 64. And there's many different theories about this, and that perhaps you know, the earliest version of Ocarina of Time was worked on simultaneously with this, and that they took the unused assets, the very first version, because if you know, there's a lot of completely unused things that weren't even in the development files, that have been seen in the earliest screenshots, like a forest with Octoroks. Red Octoroks that don't actually appear in the finished game. And one of them is a city, and that city could have been something that they made simultaneously with Super Mario 64, and then they decided to possibly reuse the assets or reference or something, and then put that into Super Mario 64 under the name Zelda City. But obviously, there's absolutely no references here to Zelda whatsoever in the finished game. But I find it fascinating that it's called Zelda City and that there's these forest temple doors. And that's why I also respect b3313 so much for just devoting so much of its mystery to Wet Dry World, because to me, Wet Dry World is the most mysterious part of Super Mario 64. Because why is there the sunken city? It's probably not even sunken, it just built underwater for some reason. Why is there a church? What did they believe in? Is this even a church? Maybe it's a town hall, but look, it has always looked like a church to me. Yeah, a viewer, Coploperma, says, well, if you look at the doors, that makes sense. The doors from Ocarina of Time may be an old market square. And yeah, and then viewer Shadowjuan 1983 says, and the church dome was Hyrule Castle. Yes, it could be. This could be completely just reused assets from a very early version of what they had in mind for Hyrule Castle Town. Wouldn't that be something? That we're looking at the remains of an unused, of a lost, abandoned Hyrule Castle town here, right? That is so fascinating. And I mean, if you think about it, Hyrule Castle town in Ocarina of Time has a fountain in the middle, right? And I mean, I'm not saying this is even a fountain, it's just a spike. But just the fact that there's this middle thing, and well, anyway. Okay. We'll visit everything once, I think. Let's go to or again, and until I start feeling some sort of sudden. Oh, can I pass through the mirror? I can. Okay, now I'm on the other side of the mirror, and as you can see, Lakitu doesn't render. Lakitu just gets caught here in the mirror. He no longer represents the position of the camera, so basically the illusion is shattered. Not just because I've passed through the mirrors, that alone shatters the illusion, but also the fact that Lackey 2 just doesn't pass through, he doesn't assume the same kind of functionality as he should on the other side, and he just becomes this inert cloud. Okay, and I know what you're thinking. What's down there? And unfortunately, I've tried this before. I've tried this many, many years ago. And what do you think will happen? Do you think the door will just not open? Or do you think the door will open but there's nothing behind it? But no, it's none of this. It's just that I won't be able to reach the door. Look at this. Yeah, the door is just below the floor. And there's nothing behind it anyway. And of course, those who have played Super Mario 64 DS know that there's something very interesting behind that door in that version, because you're actually supposed to go there. There's a white room in there. That kind of reminds me of, if you've played Super Paper Mario, the World of Nothing from Super Paper Mario. Which is to say, you know, maybe I have terminal Mario brain, maybe just, you know, I look at an empty white space and go, oh, that reminds me of Super Paper Mario. You know, it's just an empty white space, but those are the only two instances of empty white spaces that I know of in a Mario game. And of course, you know, you might think, wow, wouldn't it be cool if I could enter this from this side either, but no. Even though it's supposed to be that the side over there is just a reflection of this one, meaning that this is actually the real painting, that no, this is not the real painting, and in fact it's slightly glitchy. Mario kind of passes a little bit through it. This was the final world that I found myself when I played the game for the first time. So I think I completely finished. I got 7 stars in every other course, but I didn't even find Snowman's Land. It just took me a while. They're very glitchy. If you stand a certain distance away from them, they will duplicate, and this can be done until the game crashes, essentially. And there's actually several different things that can be done in this particular course to crash the game by duplicating many objects. And in fact, let me just try one. Not crashing the game, but just... Thanks. I didn't want that. But, while I'm already here, there's an invisible coin, a coin that's hidden, a hidden coin right there. Oh yeah, you can actually see its shadow, right? Are you seeing the shadow below the reticle, right below your lower triangle? And that's actually a coin that is embedded in the wall because it was misplaced. But it is possible, with very, very specific aiming, which I will not try to do right now, to actually collect the coin. But maybe I can collect it by using the device, right? So there's one coin here, right? One coin here, and there's this, right? You see it. And now I've collected it because I had the debug mode. But it's possible to just aim the cannon at a very, very specific spot and collect it this way. And I made a post about that. Like, I was able to actually reproduce it in game. So, and also I think this whole shadow thing doesn't actually happen in real life. So this is either virtual console emulation or something. But on real hardware, I don't think you'll be able to see it. You just have to trust that it's there. Let's try to get Mario's so if Mario's hat gets blown off and then Mario takes a warp... I never noticed how choppy its movement was. There was very unsmooth movement on part of the hat. That kind of reminds me of a line from the Yoshi comic, the Nintendo Yoshi comics from Germany, where the Yoshis tell somebody that was an uncool action, bro. I just use that line very often because it's just so absurd. To just say that somebody did something that you disapprove of. That was an uncool action, bro. Okay, and now we took the warp, and now there's two hats. Try to get as close as possible to them. Yeah, there's two. And the thing is that this is exponential. So if I do this again, there won't be 3 hats, there will be 4 hats. And as you can probably tell, doing this too many times is bad. Just do it a few more times without crashing the game. And so the game will crash. Obviously. The game will crash if you do it too many times because there will be too many objects. But the way it crashes is different depending on version. And for example, in the Nintendo Switch Online version, Mario becomes a silhouette. So Mario just becomes completely black when the game crashes. But as far as I know, on the original hardware, it just crashes without any sort of interesting visual glitches happening. So now there should be 8, 16, I lost count actually, but yeah, a large amount of hats. And now unfortunately I think Mario will not pick them all up one by one, he'll just pick up... Oh. Yeah, see, the first 2 he picks up regularly with the animation, but the other ones he just absorbs into himself, and now it's the hat in hand glitch. Which again is just too elaborate for me to go into, but now it just, every time Mario grabs something, it will behave differently than other grabbed objects, because now it will be transported to a place called the Hope, which I'm sure you're all familiar with if you've ever watched Pan and Coing 2012 and his videos, but yeah, the Hope is a specific point in a course which doesn't even... Yeah, I don't think I have the mental energy left today to get into what a hope is, but yes, it is very elaborate. Let's see if there's anything else. Oh, okay, there's this. So, it looks like ice, doesn't it? But no. The game thinks that's snow. So let's just try something. See, he's stuck in it. Thanks, camera. Yeah, so basically Mario just got stuck into in this ice as though it was snow. Get that camera angle was atrocious. Wait. Oh, I should have done it on the tip of the jump. Yeah. Just harmlessly stuck in the ice as though it was nothing. And there's an even better version of this in Shifting Sandland, where the columns are actually counting as sand. So if you do that on top of one of the columns in there, then he will get stuck in it as though it was sand, even though it's stone. Yeah, viewer Koploperma says, if you do a triple jump from the high point then dive, you can get stuck face first. That's pretty funny. Yes, that is exactly what I did in my post about it, which is, it's just more difficult, which is why I'm not doing it live, but yeah, this is what I did in my post about it. Here's an interesting comment by viewer 34. I found out what the grumpa turnip says in Japanese. It's Japanese, so I think it's like he's apologizing for talking too much and overwhelming the bros. Okay, do you think it's a pre-existing phrase that is supposed to be humorous? Because it's certainly not a pre-existing phrase in English. It just sounds to me as though it's supposed to be something that people would recognize, but then he just says, "Heard that one already. Sorry." It doesn't strike me as anything that people would recognize. It just seems like a made up catchphrase for them. What else do we have? Oh yeah, if you use the shell and surf right into that overhang, Mario will die in a very painful manner. He will just, because this is lava, it's just recolored lava with a property that Mario does not produce smoke, but really just lava that looks different, and he will just die immediately because he will be forced to take lava damage on every frame, so that is a very quick way to die. These were supposed to be smiling. I've had several posts about this that were all slightly inaccurate and that I had to delete. And the current one is the accurate one, but there were very many misunderstandings about the spindrift. So essentially, it is very complex. It took me a while to understand it. It took me a while to make the correct post about it. But essentially, it is not something that is in the development data. It is something that is actually there in the finished data. Oh no, let me just look it up. Let me just look it up. Before I say anything else, let me just look it up first. Yes, okay, good. I was right. So, Spindrift, their texture in the finished game is what you see, right? It's the surprised open mouth. But now, obviously, textures aren't that shape. Every texture has to be rectangular, and so something happens in the transparent pixels. You know, if you've ever had to deal with making images on a computer, and you know what transparency is, then you know that transparency, it's not like an on-off thing in with most common file formats like PNG that support transparency. It's not an on-off thing. It's not like if the pixel is transparent, it doesn't have a color. It's rather an additional value on top of the color. So the pixel still has a color. It's just transparent, so you can't see it. But if you edit the image, yeah, the alpha channel, exactly, as said by viewer IO. Let's go, the alpha channel, and if you edit the image to remove the alpha channel, you can see the original color that the pixels had before they were made transparent. And so when you do this with the texture of the Spindrift's mouth, you will see that it's actually smiling. They drew a smiling mouth, and then they made the edges of it transparent to make it no longer smile. And so it has an invisible smile even right now. Right now I'm looking at it, and the smile is there, is just invisible. And it was restored by a data miner Alieneer. And here's the post. Here's the post so you can see what the smiling one actually looks like when you read it. Yeah, this was subject to a lot of misunderstandings because I at first thought that this was something that was actually discovered within the development files and so on, but yeah, luckily I was able to work with, I contacted Alieneer and we were able to work everything out, and I now understand fully what was happening. So now I can actually explain it to other people. Okay, and there's this. I'm sure many of you have seen a very humorous clip of Mario. So essentially, if Mario is on a very, very specific coordinate position when the big one, this one, retracts into the ground, he might die. He might die from being out of bounds because the way of how these are actually ground, and how when they retreat into the ground, they change where a ground polygon is. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Amazing. And yeah, this has happened to a few people, and one of them was captured on camera because it was a speedrunner, I think, who got very upset about it, which is why the clip went viral. I'm very, very sorry for that person to have anger and frustration be going viral in that way, but I am grateful that this has exposed this specific property of the of the ground here in this place, and if you want to see it, and if you want to see the full explanation of why it happens, it all can be found in Panic Code 2012's video about the invisible walls, which I've already mentioned prior in the stream. It's the fifth most recent video in the stream, the one with the 6.2 million views. Oh yeah, let me just one more thing, and then we can edit this over. So of course, I do it every time. Even though I correct myself every time, I still do it every time. It's actually possible there's some weak collision on this part. That if you jump over here and from over here and perform a dive, it is possible to just clip into the igloo from the back. Great. So the igloo in the original Japanese is called Spindrift's home. So apparently this is the home of the Spindrift. Oh. This is the home of the Spindrift. Okay. Oh, did you see that? That was interesting. I was aware of this, but I've never made a post about this. So the snow effect. Can I get the camera, please? You can see the snow effect underneath. Please. Yeah, are you seeing it? It's underneath the screen. So it doesn't actually disappear when it hits the ground. It just keeps going downward forever, or until it goes out of bounds. So I think that's interesting. Or perhaps not out of bounds. It should already be out of bounds underneath this floor, right? Yeah, it is out of bounds underneath this floor. So I guess it goes down for a specific set amount of time, and not until it hits the floor. So I think that's interesting. So every time Mario does this, it just continues traveling downwards underneath the floor. Viewer Wahoo asks, does it stop eventually? Yes, it does, obviously, because if it didn't stop, you would have a specific situation on your hands, which I can show. No, I cannot actually show it happen, but I can again explain it as I do everything. I can explain what happens when stuff like that does not despawn. If it just keeps going, or in that case keeps staying. For this I need to go to Tall Mountain again. And yeah, while I'm here, before doing that, I'll answer this question. Viewer Sonorub asks, hello Broth, off-topic question, but what with the release of Brothership, I wanted to ask, what's your favorite game from the Mario and Luigi series? Well, I haven't finished Brothership yet. It might actually become Brothership if I'm as pleased with it until the end as I am now, because I am really quite pleased with Brothership. It's been absolutely a blast so far. It's been great. I've never been more happy about the new release of Mario and Luigi game, because after what happened with Paper Jam, you know, there were concerns. There were concerns as to the kind of direction the series would be taking, and obviously these concerns are gone now. So that's great. But so far, out of the Mario and Luigi games that I have finished, it has been Dream Team. Mario and Luigi Dream Team is my favorite one. And I know that's not actually a very popular opinion, but I just really like the world building of Dream Team. I like how much work has been put into all of these areas and so on. And what I like about Brothership so far is that they seemingly have put in even more work into making these distinct areas. Everything is just so whimsical, and every area really has a lot of thought behind it. It never just feels like, oh, this is the island that has grass on it, and this is the island that has desert on it. Even the ones that have a certain theme that appears over and over in Mario games still have a twist on that theme that makes them unique. And you know this from the beginning, because the first island you go to is, and this is not a spoiler, this is just something that happens within the first couple, within the first hour of the game, so I really hope that's not a spoiler, but the first island you visit is, well, it's rock-themed, and if this game was in any way, subject to the kind of design considerations that were around in Paper Jam or something, then something rock-themed would look like the rock candy mines from New Super Mario Bros. U. You know what I mean, right? It would just look like a rock area from a previous Mario game, but now you get to play through it as Mario and Luigi. But no, they did it completely differently. Not only is this area unique, distinct visually, but also it has NPCs and lore that makes sense with it being a rock-themed area, because these are artisans that make statues out of rocks. They chisel them into art, and not only is this just something that is being given to you as some sort of explanation, like, oh yeah, well, there's some artisans here and there's art, but you actually get to talk to them. They talk to you about the art. You see the art. The art has little plaques that explain what the name of the art is, and what the artisan was thinking when they made the art. The amount of effort is incredible. I was crying of joy when I saw just how much they really wanted to bring this world alive. This is what I've always wanted. This is what I've always wanted from Mario games, and I want all Mario games to have that amount of effort being put in them. I might be tearing up right now, actually, when we were just talking to them, because, like, I can't believe I survived this far, that it's back. Mario is back, that all of the stuff that I was imagining and that I thought, oh, well, I guess it's just not going anywhere with my imagination, because, all of the things that have happened during the 2010s and so on, the changes in the way the series is handled and the aesthetics and so on, I guess it's just all going to be very gameplay oriented, and all of this, I'll just have to make my own stories. I'll just have to imagine Mario characters in my head doing the stuff that I want them to. But no, it's back, and they're here, and they actually care. They actually care about Mario characters, and that's incredible. I'm sorry. Now, in the interest of being impartial, which, in the interest of being impartial after tearing up about something is kind of preposterous, but in the interest of being impartial, I'll say something that is some I understand is a common criticism of the game, is that there's not enough variety in enemies, and that is true. I have encountered a lot of more different variations of the same enemy, and more of just instances of being forced to fight the same enemy over and over than in previous Mario and Luigi games. But you know what? I don't care. I don't care about this kind of thing. Because we've been treated to so many Mario games to just prioritize gameplay over story for so long that, you know, if I want gameplay that is maxed out in how much people cared about that when they made it, when the developers made it, I can just go and play those. But right now I want story. I want a world that feels real, that has all these characters in there that have their own lives and families and stories and names even. All of the stuff that has been missing.
Do you guys know even voice acted for this game? Crazy, I know. The character he voiced act is called Blackie. I'm pretty sure you guys all know him. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's why he's like you know, something like that. No, no, no. Yeah. I don't wanna die. I need to blab out. Grr. No way. Look at my combo, guys. I'm so pink sauce. Yeah. Oh wait, I wonder if he added more to the profane mode. You know, yeah. I hope he did, because it would be really funny to see Blatty, because that would fit him a lot, if you ask me. And I missed. That's great. Okay. My lemon streak will not go to waste. Let me just. No, 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 no! I don't like this. No, 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 no! Go kill yourself! I don't like you. Hey, buddy, stop that. Oh, he's about to die. Pete. No, not Pete, not Pete. I'm also gonna die. I don't like that. Not Pete, my guy. Stop drilling everywhere. No, 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 no. Ow, ow, no, no. You're really in a pickle, buddy. Pickle, 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 Rick. 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 Pickle, pickle, Rick. Imagine having Windows Capture H. You can never be me. Boing. Pickle Rick, pickle Rick, pickle, pickle, pickle Rick, pickle Rick. Boing. 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 Okay. Cool. What were you even doing? Guys, come on, say it with me. Boing. 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 Okay. In a moment. Look at this. I'm not insane, Larry. I never was. Stop talking. You poo-poo head. You stinky poo-poo head. Don't stop saying that. I'm not insane. You are. Larry, am I right? Holy shit. That. You guys see how, like, whenever I used to do the arrows, you know? Right? It's like, look at this. Whenever I use the arrows, like, the camera is just like, what? Okay. What's in this, thing? I'm so impatient. Guys, this music is so creepy. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a pickle here. Did they just extend the dead end? They did. This wasn't here before. Trust me, I'm not going insane. Grr. This actually wasn't here before. I swear, this wasn't. Ew, I don't like you. Get away from me. Get away from me. I don't like you. Be you. Ew, I don't like you. Get away from me. Ew. You nasty piece of shit. You. I'm kidding. Blow out the candle. Oh, okay. Stranger danger! Stranger danger! He's going in my doghouse! Why are you in my house? Wait. So did they like change? Honestly, I do not even know myself. Well, there is some changes to Blabby mode, like you can ThinkPad. Why are you in my house? Get the fuck out of my house! Don't want you in my house. Oh hey, is that Parappa? Anyways, get out of my house. What? Huh? 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 Wait. Wait. Huh? Wait. Huh? Wait. Huh? Wait. Wait. What? Wait. Why were? Okay. I got my eye on you, buddy. Okay. Alright, yeah, the cool pad, whatever. Shut up, okay? I know. Stop bullying me. Oh my god, I haven't played this game in a while. Where? Okay. Well, fuck you, man. Anyways. Why can't I open this? Yeah, buddy. Shame on you. Shame on you. Ew, Leo, fuck you. Takes a nap. Yawn. Hopefully nice cool kid isn't at my front door. Yawn. Oh yeah, remember Yin was like in your room. Shame on you, more. You searched it up, you dumbass. You big poo-poo head. Okay, why are you such a big poo-poo head, man? You big poo-poo head. You should have known. You should have known. Why you got the time to do so? You're making me quite pissed off, buddy. You're making me grind my gears. Labby. Oh wait, no wait, guys. So good, dude. You know the guy who made Fatso. You know the character. He voiced acted Labby. Isn't that so cool? Yeah. Anyways, let me show you how Blab this is. Yeah, I sure will have a blabbing time. I hate the hitbox of the gumballs here. Yeah, they changed it for Blabby. It's not just Yin now, it's Blabby. I love you. Nice cool kid. Not like that though. Yeah, I'm not like that, man. I'm sure you are though. Like every single day, I always see you being a little freak, Bobby. It's making me drive insane. I feel like sucking some balls now. Ugh. Okay. Now I'm horny because of you, Club. I shouldn't have done that thing where yeah, man. I should have been man. Man. Anyways. Blabby is the peakest thing in this. You know, I wouldn't call this a mod really. This is more of a fan game because it recreates, it recreates Baldi. Like, I'm pretty sure this didn't use the decompile because the move, it's very different. Like it feels very different, almost not like Baldi. You know what I mean? Yeah, 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 yeah. I would consider this more of a fan game than a mod. I'm gonna be so frustrated. Haha. Haha, Blobby slipped on the banana. Haha, haha. Banyan. Boing! Oh, shoot. Oh, crap. Oh, holy moly. I got two of them wrong. I'm cookaroo, man. Oh, no. No, I'm so angry now. Grr, man.
Welcome to
This
my
game's
birthday
so
bash.
rude.
Come on in and
So
have
angry
some
now.
fun.
I'm expressing my anger. I'm so angry. I want to punch someone. Larry, that's wrong. You're wrong, Larry. That is really wrong. You're not silly. You're not silly and chaotic. Anyways, I'm so angry. Oh my goodness. I am not birthday bashing my reimagined of the yen right now. I don't know what to do. Yeah, no, this is mid. I'm gonna be for real. I'm sorry. This is mid though. Oh wait, what? What? Hard mode? Chaos mode? No way. No way. Chaotic. They got you in the game. They got chaos mode. No way. No way. I'm so funny. You could say it's gonna be really chaotic. Okay.
Hello, thanks for running. Birthday for you. Come take a seat whenever you're ready. We've got cake and drinks.
I don't like you.
You see, you may be my friend, but wow, amazing.
Wow, amazing.
Hey, you don't roam around until I tell you to roam around.
What? Oh my goodness. No way. New line. Zoinks, Scoob. Seems like I'm in a real pickle. 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 This is hard mode anyways. This doesn't feel very hard. Pickle? Pickle Rick! Holy moly, guys. He's getting pretty close. I'm kinda scared right now. Yikes. Don't go to that dead end, guys. Like Pickle Rick? Yes. Like Pickle Rick. Guys, my bone's almost cracky only there. Good thing I wasn't on it for that long. Ah, so funny. I declare cake because it was a scramble of words. What do you want me to answer? The answer to world hungry? Why do I? What? Do you want me to solve world hunger? What? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I'm only here for the food, man. why is Yin so evil, man? It doesn't really give good vibes, bro. You need be a bit more foxo if you ask me. A bit more cooler like foxo. I'm not going insane, guys. I'm not going insane. It's just lies. Just lies. Yeah, this does not feel hard.
Boing.
This feels more like easy than hard. I'm sorry, it's just I'm really getting that feeling. Oh, okay, never mind. I spoke too soon. That looks like a Chinese restaurant. Okay.
Welcome to my birthday bash. Come on in and have some fun.
Alright, that was kind of mid. Hard mode was on. I don't understand. What about chaos mode?
Hello, thanks for arriving at my birthday party. Come to the... You see, you may be my friend, but...
Wait, I pressed it one time. One time. What do you mean? Ian, stop clapping, please. Anyways, I don't understand. There's this, though. He's there, though. But, oh. Events. Oh, wait. Can I get some? I want some. Stop! I want some fruit balls. Please stop escaping from me. Yes, yes, no! Give me the fruit balls. I want the fruit balls. Why are you guys leaving me? Oh wait. Dude, I want a fruit ball. Give me a fruit ball. The game isn't giving me a fruit ball. Increase. Oh, you did not have to tell me all of that. Like, bullets. Too much is happening in the span of 30 seconds. Too much is happening in a span of 30 seconds. It's only been, I don't know, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. This truly is chaos mode. Maybe this is pretty chaotic. You gotta be kidding me. 8 presents. Banana.
Boing.
Banana. Boing. 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 When you boing, I boing. Because I boing all day long. Stop adding so much stuff. This is becoming like endless mode, but like without the new characters and just pure chaos. Like raining fruit bowls out of all things. Are you kidding me? Raining fruit balls. Stop adding someone to prison. Isn't that... What? What? That's 24? You guys see this? And you find 24 presents? 24! Swing Scoob! I'm cooked. Oh, thank God. Pickle Rick. Tyler, the creator of music. Pickle Rick. Pickle Rick. Pickle Rick. So weak. I'm cooked, man. I'm cooked. It's only been 1 minute. Wait, is that a prison? I'm not listening to it. I'm not, no. I'd rather listen to Think of It hours on end rather than Pickle Rick. I'm sorry, buddy. I just prefer Pizza Tower music. I'm kidding. I might listen to it. Yeah, chaos mode is really chaotic. Like, actually, I feel like dying right there. Hello, thanks for arriving to my birthday party. You're too fast, man.
You see, you may be my friend. Nice job. Amazing.
See, you may be my friend, but... Kiss me. I think you... Is that Squidward's house? Okay. Why does Skin sound like me? You do not sound like Ian. I'm gonna be for real, Squidward. You do not sound like Ian. You do not sound like Ian. Wait, what game is that? Wait, actually, what is that? What game is that? Like, is that an actual game or is that just a drawing? Anyways. What? Nothing.
You see, you may be my amazing.
You see, you may be my friend, but...
Nice job.
See, you may be my friend, but...
Hey, you don't roam around until I tell you to roam around.
I love that line. Like, I don't remember that line. I'm pretty sure it's new because... Yeah, I love that line. It's so aggressive. I love it. Stop. Oh, actually, that's really useful. Thank you. EA Sports. It's in the game. He's even slower? That's crazy. You I eat all day. Holy moly, guacamole, guys, he's coming closer. What do you mean? What do you mean NPC scale? What is that supposed to mean? I did all day. No, I'm feeling so good. Come on. No, 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 not Leo. No, 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 Leo. Anything. What, 15 new poisons? That's a lot. No, 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 no. Don't get away from me. No, 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 Leo. No, 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 no. Stop thinking about Pickle Rick. Oh, come on, that who I want. Oh shit, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Mama Jessie, I'm cooked. I don't like this. Why is there a flicking playground? Okay.
Welcome to my birthday bash. Come on in.
Every single day. Ooh. Ooh, this is such a banger. Oh, oh my goodness. Yin is turning evil. Ah. Oh, oh, my blab blab. Blabby, blab blab, blab, blabby, blabby. I don't see anything new with this game other than hard mode and and like chaos mode. That's the only new things I see.
Welcome to my
They're
birthday
cool, but like
bash.
I mean,
Come on in and have some fun.
it's kind of lame. I thought it would be really cool, you know? Would be like, oh my goodness gracious, guys, new mode, new 5 modes. Oh my goodness, guys, this is so peak. No, it's just like two simple modes that modify the game, which is cool, but like I was kind of wishing it was a bit more bigger. You know, maybe like as big as Fox. So you know, yeah. I thought it was gonna be like that, but only I just see this like it's cool, but there isn't really anything new. Okay, sorry again, but you didn't really make me birthday my bash man. Dies. Yeah. Oh my goodness, what is this Pickle Rick song? Ah. Oh my goodness. Harry, is this what you wanted me to hear, to listen to? You got it. This makes me more tired. That is ear grating. I never wanted to hear that. Okay, time to see if Foxo is peaker, because Foxo is peak. Very peak, actually. I hope you understand that Foxo is really peakity peak, because it is. Yeah. Oh, it's peak. I'm spitting facts. Yeah. Oh, no, Moppy. No, Poppy. after some time playing Fox, so I might just like take a break or maybe even just stop the stream because I really feel well and I've been coughing a lot. Just like feel like wanting to like maybe take a nap. So yeah, I might just like yeah, I have for some reason I just don't like it. I feel like sleeping. So yeah. I'll play Foxo though. Hopefully that actually has content. Hopefully, I hope because like Ian was okay. I mean, it's alright. It's more. It's just really small. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's 1.2, but still, even so, it was prepared. Like the update was like prepared. Like if it was like a whole as like new content, something like that. I thought it was gonna be like that, so it was kind of disappointing. You know what I mean? What's so fun, schoolhouse? I said Fox so fun schoolhouse. There we go. Warning! Fox's Fun Schoolhouse is a horror game and is not educational software. This game is obviously based off Bali's basics in education and learning. And if you haven't played it, I would highly recommend you play it. Oh wait. Anyways, this game has a lot of loud noises and also has creepy stuff. Press any key to continue. Press escape to quit. Okay. What? Shoot. My bad, wait. I accidentally flipped it. Oopsies. Okay, there we go. Oh my goodness, Foxo! I haven't seen you in a bit. No way. I want to boop you. Okay, I can't. Never mind. Welcome to my schoolhouse. Bah. Okay, go. I need to see your new content. I, guys, look, see, this is what I was talking about before. I guess 10 p.m. counts as midnight. Look, see, isn't this so cool, guys? I really like this. This is very yummy. I need a screenshot this way. Yeah, I was talking when I started this game. You remember how I was talking about like there was this string thing with the time? Yeah, this was what I was talking about. If you remember, at least. Yeah, I'm gonna screenshot this. This is really peak though. Look, he even has his little hat. You're very fun. Loading car room, running over children, cracking shreds. Okay. Wait. Aww, camping. He removed camping once and for. Wait! Chaotic! They added outdoors! No way! No way! Foxo forgot his supplies in the forest. Can you get them for him before you get caught? Let's find out in the next episode. Conquer your flashlight with Q. Foxo, this is really scary. I don't think I can do it, man. Zoink, Scoob! Man, this is really scary. I don't think I can do it. It really is 10 p.m. right now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is like a whole new mode, like an actual whole new mode, not just like a modification to the. Yeah. No, all students must be inside by 10 p.m. No leaving the premises. You must follow Foxel's rules. Beware them. I don't like them. I don't like how I don't like. I'm scared now. I might pee my pants, guys. Once again, Foxo is scary like that. Like, Foxo is just, it's just like that. I don't, Foxo, you go, you're a manly man. I'm smaller than you, little bro. I'm smaller than you. You go, you go, you go, you go, you go, you go. You're taller than me. You go, you go, you go. You're big. You go, you go, you go. I'm not going there. You go. 10? Wait, no. One like, and I'll go outside, like, in the game, and, like, shirt my pants or something. I don't know. This is really scary, guys. Zoinks. Wanna go? I don't like how this like this. That's the cool thing about Foxo, though. It's actually scary. No, I'm not going there. You go, you go, you go. I'm not going there, buddy. You wanted to. I didn't volunteer for this. You had the great idea to get some stuff, so maybe you should do that. Maybe you should. I don't know, man. Maybe you should. Because I'm not going out there. Like, I am not gonna get killed just for you to get supplies. I need one like and I'll do it. I'll do it, buddy. Just notify me if, like, I get one like or something. I don't know. Like a like on the stream. I don't want to do this anymore. This is actually scary. If I have to say which one is the better fan game, I'm gonna call it fan game because these two games are more of a fan game than anything else. I'm gonna be for real. Um, yeah, Foxo is the better one because, like, Foxo has way more modes, and I think the modes are really well done. What is that light? I don't like that. I don't like that. Why is it all pitch black? I don't like that. Foxo, you can take my flashlight. Okay. I want to. I don't. This is like some black dude or what? I'm genuinely scared, man. I don't want to do this. If it's tall, scary things, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I hate tall things. Find them really scary. Go, 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 run, 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 run. Oh, I have a map. Where are those whispers? I don't like the whispers. Why are they whispering in my mind? Okay. Oh, hey, look at the top, wait, let me check my left and right. Look at the top right corner, Foxo. And look at the middle. like that looks like a colon three frowny face, you know, like you know what I mean, like colon, yeah, yeah, like that colon three, yeah. Except like a frown, you know, like the three is, you know, like yeah, yeah. These are some weird shapes. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's all pretty much us. What is that like? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't like that. Like I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like when black things are near me. That sounds wrong. My bad. I don't like when scary things. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like the fact that not only is it 10 p.m., the rules say inside by 10 p.m. and I don't like that. I feel like Foxo's gonna kidnap me in real life, man. No, 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 no. What is that? What is that? What is that? That looks like a Foxo. What is that? I don't like that. I don't like that. Don't enter the door. I'm gonna piss my pants. Real raggy. What is that? I don't like that. That's really suspicious. Yeah, I don't think I can do this, man. I'll just try to find something else. I don't want to piss my pants at this time of the night, man. It's night, man. It's guys. Foxu is mad that I forgot his homework. Oh no, guys. Real raggy. Does this ever get used? Anyways, yes. I don't. I'd rather play this. Honestly. Um. Okay, fine. I'll play it. Get away from me. Okay, that's the main building. I wish you could like hold. I wish you could see the map while you're walking. That would be pretty cool. Oh well. At least you have a map. That's a great thing. I don't want to go there. I'll actually sleep here. I'd rather sleep here. Me 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 me. Me 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 me. I'd rather be a pussy than risk my life for some supplies. What is that? I don't like that. I don't like where it got low pitch and then high pitch. I'm getting really scared. For no reason too. I don't like this. I'll play this tomorrow in the morning, man. I am not dealing with this. It is 10 p.m. and I am not dealing with I am not dealing with a furry trying to kill me just because I forgot something or I just got bad grades. I am not a furry who wants to kill me. I am not dealing with some tall things that are gonna kill me. I am not dealing with that. No, that will be another day. That will be tomorrow. I am not dealing with that. Nope, no, no. Call me a pussy, call me a coward, but I am not, no.